in session. If we can take roll call, please. Present.
I'm here. Here.
Apologize. Commissioner Krasinski here. And Commissioner Morse is joining us remotely. There's a script we need to follow. Commissioner Morse, hang on. The town attorney is going to help us out with that.
Great, thank you, Commission and community. I did just want to make an announcement that unfortunately Commissioner Morris is not able to attend in person tonight. He's recovering from a injury. And he noticed that notified us that he will be attending remotely for just cause due to this injury. And I have confirmed that Commissioner Morris may do so under fairly new Brown Act meeting provisions, is AB 2449, which allows for remote attendance. For certain types of emergencies and injuries. You can only do this 2 times per year. So this will use up one of those times. And the other qualification is that we need to have a quorum of the commission here in person, and I will note that we have that. And so with that, all votes tonight will need to be by roll call. And Commissioner Morris may attend remotely. One more thing in my script, Commissioner Morris, I need to ask you, as required by the Brown Act, could you please let us know if there's anyone 18 years of age or older in the room with you?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you. I will pass it back to the chair. Oh, and just confirming, Commissioner, that you can hear us okay?
Yeah, hear you fine.
Great, thank you. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm going to pass this back to the chair.
Commissioner Morris, let me just take a moment and say it's delightful to see you. Thus, we're glad that you are present. Understand that you are recovering and thrilled by your diligence and your ability to join us here. I'm sure that we all have the same sentiment here. Before we move into the agenda, we should address unagendized matters. These are matters which are not specifically called out in this evening's agenda. And if you would like to be heard on any such matter, please come forth and state your name and address if you're so inclined, and be heard. And there is nobody in the old schoolhouse. Can I ask if there's anybody online?
Mr. Chair, there are no hands raised online.
All right. In that case, we should move into the agenda's matters. We have a principal issue. This is a continuation from, I believe, 2 prior meetings that we had that was continued to a later date. And again, last week was further continued pertaining to the priory and amendments to the CUP and a development permit that is before us. Sarah, staff report.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have Jake Garcia from Good City Company, who's our consulting planner for this this item, and Jake will provide the staff report. Thank you. Thank you, Jake.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. The item before you tonight is a conditional use permit amendment architectural review of a new athletic center, pedestrian connection, new road and site development permit for Woodside Priory School. As the chair has stated, this has been continued on the past 2 meetings from the January 15th meeting, where the Planning Commission heard a detailed staff and applicant presentation, took in public comments, and had a limited discussion. As we ran out of time, we continued the item to a later date. That date was March 5th, and the timing of the application materials, the applicant team had requested for additional a continuance to a later date, that being March 11th, to allow for more review of the materials by the public and the planning commissioners. So the item is now before you tonight. I'm going to keep my presentation very brief and provide an overview of the changes to the application to allow for more discussion and questions and public comment on this item. So the additional information and project revisions that we received since the January 15th meeting include landscape changes. The landscape plans have been revised to include the proposal of two non-significant trees. That's tree 1183 and 1188. And there's also additional landscaping that's being proposed along Portola Road to better screen the proposed improvements from offsite from Portola Road. An updated noise study, technical study was prepared, that's attachment 4, as well as an additional traffic study was prepared, that's attachment 5. And then a series of voluntary and revised conditions were included related to the community use of the athletic center, lighting and light spill from the site, noise, monitoring and reporting, and the Fromhertz house. And with this updated information, we also included an updated version of recommended findings and CEQA analysis associated with the site, which includes an addendum to the 2005 initial study mitigated negative declaration that can be referenced by the Planning Commission for informational purposes. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Happy to clarify any of these changes or any questions that may be associated with the project that may have been presented at the last meeting. And I believe the applicant team is in the room who may want to introduce themselves. And thank you. I yield back to the chair.
Thanks very much. That was a quick overview. Appreciate it. I can imagine that there may be questions if any commissioners would like to review issues in further depth. You should feel free to do so at this time. If there are questions regarding the CEQA process, that would also be appropriate and perhaps most appropriately addressed to the planning staff and the town attorneys here as well. And if I can begin with you, and then we'll make our way.
I have absolutely no questions. I have talked to staff in the meantime and the applicant, so I'm good.
Are we gonna hear from the applicant and ask questions to the applicant after this?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess I do have a question generally for staff. So we're revising, it's proposed to revise the priorities conditional use permit to accommodate this specific project. And I think among the commissioners, I've noticed, I think some commissioners may prefer to kind of tackle it as more of a project level review, focusing on the specifics of the project being proposed right now. While others, since we're updating the conditional use permit, may want to broaden the scope and consider other aspects of the conditional use permit beyond this specific project itself. And so I do have kind of a general question about that. Is there a guidance of either a preferred approach or what we're like legally allowed to consider as part of the hearing today?
Yes, thank you. Generally speaking, the conditions should have a nexus to the impacts of the project to ensure that they are not an unlawful exaction on the applicant. As for the additional conditions that are more attenuated, they are allowed if the applicant agrees to them. And so that may be something that you would parse out in this meeting.
Um, Another question related to one of the public comments in the agenda packet on page 153. So the public comments said, our comments refer primarily to table comparison of Neely Winery with Woodside Priory noise conditions. We understand the table was created by town staff. Could you clarify if that table was created by town staff and distributed to the neighbors? I don't think that we've seen it in front of the planning commission other than in the public comment.
The table that was included in the public comment was not prepared by town staff for this project. It does appear to have conditions associated with the Neely Winery CUP with comparison to conditions of the existing Priory CUP as well as the proposed Priory CUP. And it includes a column of comments that were pulled from staff report or potentially opined on by the preparer of the table. And then the final column appears to be from comments directed to the planning commission from the preparer of the table. So in short, this table was not prepared by town staff. But happy to clarify any questions that may kind of pop up around that.
Can I ask a related question to that, please? Did town staff prepare a substantially similar comparison between the Neely CUP and the Priory CUP that didn't include some of the addenda that are some of the additional language that's included on this document?
Staff has not prepared a table of this nature for this project. No.
Ask a related question. Have you reviewed the table in question regarding the statements about the Neely project? Are those accurate?
I have not done so to the detail of confirming the accuracy of them for the purpose of this project. I see that there are some typos within the language pulled from the Neely, and there is some common language that I've seen, but I would not be able to, without pulling out the Neely Winery CUP, I wouldn't be able to confirm every one of the comments that, or every one of the conditions that have been stated there. But if there are any that you'd like me to follow up on, I can pull that while we're in the meeting and confirm whether or not that is in fact a condition.
Sure. That's all my questions for now.
Jake, hi, I have a couple of questions for you. Let me see where to start. I guess as to Ronnie's question about the scope of our review, I know the fellow commissioners know that we are a decision-making body and that our decisions are supported by an administrative record. And I have quite a few questions that go to the record before us today. I don't think it stands on its own, so I will ask you some questions along that line. Maybe you can help me clarify. It's always possible. I've missed many things. So I have some questions along those lines. Let me start on page 4, where there's an assertion that's under the revisions to the landscape plan, there's a start of a parenthetic that says trees that were identified as fire risk by planning commission, blah, 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 blah. We have not identified any trees as a fire risk. Could you explain that to me and where that came from?
Sure. This may be a question that the applicant can speak more directly to. My understanding is that with correspondence to the planning commission, the applicant team has revised their plans to address concerns that were heard. So it may not be reflective of the entire planning commission, but that was the origination, was communications.
Either it is or it isn't. I mean, we didn't do that in public meeting.
Yeah, I would defer to the applicant to clarify that.
In any case, the parenthetic doesn't have a close on it. I think it's a point of order, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Town Manager, but I'll move on. You gave us a summary that showed that there were 2 additional trees included. I assume those are the 2 trees, and were those included in the, what was it, 1522 numbers later in the document, or were they not? I'm trying to get at the total trees.
Yes, they were updated to the numbers that were assessed in the project that were included within this report. So you'll find them within the findings and in the addendum.
Okay. I think it was in the CEQA document that I found the 15 significant and 22 non-significant. So the 22 non-significant includes those 2 extras. It shouldn't be 24, right?
The 24 number is the correct number. So in on January 5th. So it's referenced on page 11, and I believe it's also, if there's a number that you'd like me to confirm on the packet, I'm happy to reference that page and take a look. Throughout the report, it should state 24, but it could be a clerical error.
I just have my notes that says that it was in the CEQA document that discussed trees, and unfortunately, I didn't put down a page number, so I can't get more specific on that. These, I guess, questions are sort of in no particular order, but on page 70, there's a discussion of the surface area calculations. I think this was one of the big fancy maps, and half of the road is not being counted against surface area calculations. Can you explain that to me? A road is a road is a road. As
Yes.
Stein would say.
So there are a couple of ways that impervious surface is calculated. What's being referenced on that sheet is planning's interpretation of impervious surface, which is defined by the municipal code. And in that, it exempts road or driveways more than 100 feet in length from a main residence. Now, the Priory is not a residential property, but it was unclear how it was calculated in prior CUPs or in the existing CUP. And so in doing so, the town staff asked the applicant team to provide updated impervious surface calculations that reflected the town's interpretation, the planning interpretation for this site. And when calculating driveways, we exempt the minimum requirement of 12 feet. So while the road is wider than 12 feet, 12 feet was counted towards the exemption. And that's why you're seeing a partial exemption and not the entire exemption.
So if I understand what you're saying, that code section, which I read and clearly applies to a driveway to a private house, was adapted by some prior planning commission to apply to this situation, and we are therefore necessarily bound by that or not bound by that? Or are we just supposed to overlook that and move on? Just trying to figure out what's been done here.
Yeah, no problem. Yes, it is a bit nuanced since we don't have a very clear record of how it was calculated in the past. The numbers provided here are a baseline based off of how we apply it to a typical project within a residential zoning district. And so you're not bound by it. But if we do want to change it, we should clarify in the record so that we can keep it clear for future amendments or application. And this is here just to kind of set a baseline for understanding.
Sort of related to that, while I was thumbing my way around the code, I came across this, actually I was looking at something else, but I came across this thing about the street franchise fee. Are you aware of that? And does that apply where we make alterations to the road and the connection to Gambetta and Portola Road? I didn't see anything in the record on that, but it seemed to apply to me, and I'm not familiar with it, so.
I'm also not familiar. What code section are you referring to?
12.04.080.
I'm not familiar. I can review it while we're here in this meeting and see if I can come up with anything. Otherwise, I'm not sure that it's applicable.
Okay,
Um,
fair enough. I didn't see it in our documents, but it seemed to me to apply. And given that our town's got financial problems, when I saw that it was a fee, sorry, Patrick, I thought it was something we should know about. Okay, let me move on through my notes here. I already talked to you about the trees that the planning commission really didn't ask to have removed. Next question, and you know off the top of your head, Jake, as I thumb through here where the CEQA document starts, I printed some things and I'll have to admit I left them, but I think it's around 190.
yeah, let me check. So attachment 8, the addendum begins on page 191. Yeah.
Okay, of course, just that minute I decided the document decides to disappear. I'm sorry, this thing froze up on me. I'll get there. Hold on just 1 second. If I go more slowly, maybe it'll catch up with me. It gets lost in these big documents that get stuck in the middle. My question relates basically to what getting there. Hold on. 190. Thank you for your patience, Jake. So this is entitled Addendum to the Initial Study Mitigated Neg Deck. So this entire document is an amendment, is an addendum, right? So are you, typically addendum to me is an addition. So you like have a document, then you have an addendum. You have like a document and an appendix, or you have a document and a something else. So is everything in here new? Or is this the prior initiated neg deck with language stuck in it that is now called the addendum? I'm not being judgmental. I'm trying to figure out what it is.
Sure. So this is a new document that is an addendum to a 2005 initial study mitigated negative declaration. And in this document, we summarize the project that was proposed in 2005. So there'll be a lot of references to those materials and project and mitigations that were identified at that time. And then it also introduces the newly proposed project and assesses the project with respect to the CEQA resource topics. And so it's an addendum to the in the sense that it identifies what the mitigations were, and it assesses whether or not there are any additional impacts that were not covered by the mitigation measures from the 2005 initial study mitigated negative declaration.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I don't think it helps answer my question, because as I read this document, I'll go through and it'll say something about 2005 and then it'll say the new road. And I don't know if that was a new road in 2005 or the new road in 2025. And furthermore, I tried to figure out what my administrative record is to make these decisions. And that kind of a problem is extant throughout this document. So I can't tell what's new analysis as opposed to what's rehashing old analysis. So an example that I can give, I don't know that you need an example to understand my question, but an example that I can give is there's a place where it says some new comments were made and there's some general discussion like there's some comments, there were comments, new comments on the noise, but there's no specific reference in this document to a new noise study. So I go back at all of this, and I'm sorry for those of you who aren't into administrative records, but I can't figure out what I'm supposed to make my decision on. I can't figure out whether the old study is the correct or the new study, or the sorties don't interconnect. Jake, I will say that your first slide would have been really helpful in our package, because this kind of inexactness made it really difficult. I'm not sure what to do with that comment, other than say, this is really difficult to read and to figure out, like I said, what analysis is new and what is a repetition of old analysis. I don't know if we could fix that. I don't think we could fix it tonight.
Commissioner, if I may.
Please help.
Town council, can I ask you to describe what an addendum is and whether the planning commission itself is a decision maker with respect to an addendum that staff has prepared?
Great, thank you for the question. CEQA provides for addendums to EIRs, environmental impact reports, and to negative declarations or mitigated negative declarations. CEQA provides pretty broad discretion to jurisdictions in terms of how to format and organize the addendum, which creates opportunities but also challenges for staff and for decision makers in terms of there is no one prescribed format. The format used here generally follows the CEQA checklist, the Appendix G checklist, and that's I think pretty common in terms of how these are organized. The key question that an addendum is trying to answer is whether there are substantial changes to the project, i.e. the project that was approved in 2005, that would result in new significant impacts. Because of course, if there are new significant impacts, then that's a big deal, because that would require additional mitigation or potentially the preparation of an environmental impact report. So that's sort of the fundamental question that this is trying to answer. In terms of what the planning commission needs to,
May I
oh,
ask a
yes.
question on that? If there were a substantial increase in the impact, that's not necessarily significant in and of itself, does through the guidance, can you please address that aspect? I believe there may be two issues.
Right.
pertaining
So if there are substantial changes to the project that would result in new significant impacts or a substantial increase in impacts that were identified in 2005 is how the language is worded. And if you, it's in the document itself, but the purpose, on page 192 of the packet, actually, that describes the purpose of the addendum and recites the language that Chair Targ mentioned.
or if there are new impacts as well?
Substantial changes that would require major revisions due to the involvement of new significant impacts or a substantial increase in the severity of previously identified significant impacts. Now here, the prior document was actually a mitigated negative declaration. And so the conclusion was that there were no significant impacts at that time. So anyway, so this finding needs to be considered in the context of, well, the previous project didn't have any significant impacts. So I want to answer the second part of your question too, which is what does the planning commission need?
With mitigation.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you repeated all these mitigation measures, so
Right, though
therefore, if there were no significant impacts.
they were all mitigated to the less than significant levels in 2005. Yeah, thank you for that clarification.
Does that mean we're adopting the 2000?
Wait, hold on.
That's a good
She needs to
question.
get to the second part of the question, and that is whether we have any action on an addendum, or whether
Yeah, the answer is no. There's no requirement to approve the addendum under CEQA. Some jurisdictions I've seen accept the addendum, but that's not required by CEQA either. So the way that the resolution is, set up is it recites that an addendum was prepared, for informational purposes, but it doesn't actually set forth any sort of approval that the commission is being asked to make with respect to the addendum.
I see. So this is a addendum without any conclusion.
Well, it does conclude that there are no substantial changes that would require major revisions due to the involvement of the new city advice. Basically, it concludes that that the town does not need to prepare a supplemental or subsequent environmental impact report for this project.
So I'm being greedy on interrupting.
I only have a few other questions.
So if we were to reject, there are two other forms that of CEQA documents that are referenced in this, in the staff report or that underlie the decision. One is a categorical exemption on a couple of different bases. Another is a consistency finding. And the question that I would have is, if we were to reject the consistency finding and find a categorical exemption does not appertain to this matter, and we were to move forward with the approval of a decision of the CUP, would the town or after 5 days, would the applicant submit a notice of determination based upon the addendum that staff has prepared?
Let me see if I can answer your question.
Well, whether the addendum stands as an independent determination made by staff that the applicant can rely upon if we were to make an approval of one or both of the matters before us.
So I think you asked if the commission found that this project was not categorically exempt under the exemptions that were listed, but rather sought to approve the project without the finding of exemption. What next? So that would be a path. Staff's recommendation is to find that the project is categorically exempt. But if the commission does not take staff's recommendation, it could still approve the project. The addendum would serve as part of the record, but it would not need to be separately approved. And I think at that point, following the approval, I believe the proper notice to be filed would be a notice of determination.
Right. So I guess the point that I was making is, notwithstanding whatever deficiency you may think exists, is irrelevant because the determination has been made by staff and the applicant can rely upon that, and either, also you'll correct me, either the town would file a notice of determination, or after 5 days, then the applicant would be able to file a notice of determination under the guidelines. That's my understanding of where we are. Is that correct?
I don't have anything to clarify on that. I will check with Terrence and Jake to see if there's any other input on the process here.
And this then supersedes the prior mitigated neg deck wholly and completely, or how does that interaction work?
No, I would
Not
still.
stated in the document.
Okay, the mitigated neg deck would still live on, carry on. I suppose in theory, it could be the basis of another approval. You know, if they if the priority came back, 2 years from now and said, oh, actually, I want to change the gymnasium to be west facing. I mean, I'm just making up a hypothetical here, but if they came back and needed to make some changes, then presumably we need to have a CEQA path for that. And if it weren't categorically exempt, then there would be that mitigated negative declaration to form as the basis and then potentially another addendum to that.
I guess that illustrates the other question I was gonna ask Jake. If he thought about, and he thought about it because it was his first slide, which is the administrative record on this. I can't assure that any of the decisions that I'm making are consistent with the past decisions because I don't even have the past record. So for example, on this resolution we have to amend the CUP, I don't have the red line. So I went back to the January 15th to get the red line, but that was the red line of what people were going to do on the 15th, not what they're going to do on March 11th. So the tortured record that we have here is troubling and it's hard to know. Now you've explained that under the context of CEQA, but you know, we're not going to be here. This goes to the court. We're not going to be there. We got an administrative record. Who's going to deal with what are probably going to be inconsistencies or possibly be inconsistencies or confusions, if not duplications? And I was going to ask Jake, and then he did it in his first slide, if he thought about, or if there's some administrative way to put a roadmap on all. That's a question. And my final question was really just what I just said. How can I look at these resolutions that are not redlined to the prior documents and know that they are accurately reflecting the decisions that were made today based on the information that's been made available to us, some of which is new? Maybe I'm just not enough of a genius to be able to compare all those documents, but that's what redline's for in my mind. I don't know, Jake, that's a question. Did you think about putting a red line in here?
Thank you for your question. There was a red line that was included in the January 15th staff report. And since you reviewed that, the revised conditions or added conditions to the staff report have been summarized within the staff report body itself. So on page 6 of the agenda packet, you'll see that condition 22, there's some added bolded language within that condition for the email distribution list for events that has been incorporated into the resolution. So it's a summary version within the staff report. That's what's been reflected into the resolution. And staff has reviewed the staff report for consistency with the resolution for all of these conditions. So that would also include it's community use of new athletic center gymnasium. That's condition 25 as stated in the staff report. And the condition related to the Fromhertz house, that one would be condition 26. And there was a condition that was added to the architectural review for the athletic center that would be included in resolution or attachment 2 exhibit A, which includes a condition that states that the new athletic center shall have window shades on timers so that they close at dusk to prevent light spill. In addition to that, there's one other condition that was an existing condition on the architectural review for a lighting plan that met the minimum requirements of the California Building Code. That was condition 4 of attachment 2 exhibit A, and that was updated to indicate that a photometric study shall be submitted to demonstrate the minimum lighting necessary. And that was as a response to a request by the building department. So,
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was like, so in summary, you had a red line version in January 15th, and those are still relevant. And then in addition to those, you'll have what has been summarized in the body of the staff report.
I don't have a page reference again, but aren't there some new trees that are going to be planted along Portola Road to kind of cut that area where there's a lot of visibility?
Yes, and
On the document.
so the other thing that changed within the resolution are the dates of the plans that are being considered. so that they'll reflect the plans that you've approved, and the landscape plans were approved. There's no specific condition that states what trees are to be removed, unless there are significant trees, and that's in the architectural site permit conditions. But for the conditional use permit, the recommendation is to approve the CUP with the dates that are reflected on the plan set.
Has the Conservation Committee looked at that? Aren't they within 75 feet of the road? Of the scenic corridor?
The Conservation Committee has not reviewed the newly proposed landscaping along Portola Road. And that is a requirement of the CUP. And so that could be added as a condition of approval. Should the Planning Commission determine that to be a plan that they are willing to consider for approval.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Could I ask one follow-up? Jake, somewhere in there, I thought I heard you say, just wanted to confirm, did you say that the planning department requested the photometric study be added?
Yes. So, well, the building department had requested a photometric study, and that's just to determine that the lighting, they've confirmed the lighting complies with the California Building Code, but the condition states that the lighting should be the minimum necessary to comply with the California Building Code. Otherwise, it should comply with the town's design guidelines. And so in requesting this confirmation from the building department, they determined that they needed a photometric study to confirm whether is the minimum lighting necessary. They for sure confirmed that it was compliant, but looking for that minimum necessary to reduce the overall amount of lighting as much as possible.
If we were to remove that requirement of a new study, would that create a problem?
If you're comfortable with the plan, the lighting plan as proposed, you could remove the photometric study requirement from it. I guess that was just more of a, this is the information that would be needed to make that condition feasible. So that may make the condition hard to implement without having a metric to confirm that that's the minimum necessary for the building code. So, but if you wanted to remove the condition altogether and approve the lighting plan as is, you could do that. Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Morse.
I don't have any further questions for staff at this time.
I didn't see the ASCC minutes included in the staff report. Are the ASCC minutes available to be reviewed?
If I may, the ASCC minutes are draft version at this time. And they were provided as a supplemental record, and were sent to the Planning Commission, I believe, last evening. But they are included on the town's website for this meeting.
Interesting. I did not realize that we had this. I don't know. And ask Commissioner Brothers, did you? Yep.
Probably ask Commissioner Krasinski, who's usually a little better with the computer than I am.
I did receive it.
Never seen it.
I received them
I
also.
received an email.
Yeah, enough. I'll ask the applicant whether they met, unless staff knows whether there was a meeting of the bicycle pedestrian traffic safety committee.
This item was not presented to the committee.
In the consideration of either CADX or an addendum, if there is a change, for example, we have after 2005, a new, I guess, amendment to the general plan through a specific plan. Were the impacts to the specific plan considered within the context of the addendum, either as new information or generally? And I'm thinking specifically with respect to the specific plans admonition with respect to opening up views on the scenic corridor.
I'll see if Jake, wants to talk about, I assume that would be in the, either aesthetics or general plan consistency section.
Yeah, the Portola Road specific plan, is that, you're kind of faded out the end of your question.
Yes, the specific plan.
The specific plan was included within the addendum, for consideration in the aesthetics chapter or the aesthetics section, as well as the land use section for general plan consistency. And this was also updated within the findings of the staff report to better reflect the specific plan.
I saw that it was included within the staff report, within the addendum, and specifically, if you can refresh our recollection with respect to opening up views. Can you remind us how that was treated?
Yes. And so the land use chapter, I think, summarizes this the best, as it provides the objectives that were relevant, or the objectives that are set forth within the Portola Road specific plan. And the last objective, objective 5, describes that, let me read the objective. There, one moment. Uh, so objective 5 is to preserve and enhance. Oh, sorry, small text is a little bit more trying. 1 second. To preserve, enhance, and reinforce the identity of the town by providing for a unified design of the valley with 2 clusters of commercial and civic facilities near the ends of the corridor as focal points that are linked by trails, open space, and planning, epitomizing the natural quality of the town. So this is the most relevant objective that could be applied to the project. That, I guess, there's another one: to protect and or reestablish open views within and from the corridor, especially to the western hillsides, wherever possible, while preserving valuable habitat and variety of experience for all users. So these 2 conditions were identified, as well as a couple of the descriptions that are included within the specific plan. So they work as policies that reinforce the objectives. So we have description 6408 and description 6411, which recognizes the Sequoias and the Priory School as the 2 largest institutions that are located between these two clusters, and the visibilities of these uses from within the corridor should be managed so as to minimize visual intrusion or conflict with the objectives of this element. And we also looked at 6411, description 6411 within the Portola Road specific plan that again indicates that the Woodside Priory and Sequoias are significant institutional uses and facilities, and that the land use pattern in this segment is well established, and efforts to enhance the sense of town's character along the corridor need to recognize this. And as a result, techniques such as encouraging or requiring planting of native materials, removal of exotic invasive vegetation, and more natural landscaping would be more appropriate in this segment than increased setbacks or other similar land use controls. And so when reviewing the project for consistency with these objectives and specific plan descriptions, we did recognize that they did implement setback measures as well as landscape screening both adjacent to the building and along Portola Road to better minimize visual intrusion. And we also noted that the project is located east of Portola Road and would not have an impact to the western views of the hillsides from anywhere off-site.
So I can harmonize this by saying that notwithstanding the admonition to increase view shed, screening is appropriate in those cases where it limits visual clutter or intrusion into the scenic corridor. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
The last question I have is, I read a number of comments that said that this, actually, second last question I have is that the structure would be the largest structure within Portola Valley. Is that right?
I am not confident in a response to this. I'm not sure there. I don't know the exact numbers for other structures within
That's
town.
okay. It's fair enough. And I guess the actual last question I have is with respect to the overall master plan. It calls out future projects on the master plan. And these are projects that I don't believe have been approved or have come before us. Are we, by approving a project that's identified as a future project on a master plan, are we conveying any kind of meaning or approval or suggesting that that the Planning Commission accepts a future use?
Mr. Chair, you're approving only that which is referenced in your staff report.
The staff report says that I'm approving the master plan. And
Just to clarify on your question, there is a existing overall master plan and a proposed overall master plan. This is the proposed overall master plan that you're referring to.
maybe I'm looking at PDF page 91. It is a different document they should be looking at. It's called master. What is it called? It's called, no, this is the master plan floor area summary. So if there's an appropriate overall master plan that's different from what I'm looking at, I'd appreciate your guidance.
I think this is the correct one. Yeah, okay, it's loaded and I see that it is the correct one. Is there a specific project that you're referring to, future? Oh, so there is one project there I see as future unit, that's labeled yellow as future projects. This was a part of the existing CUP and overall master plan. This is not a new proposed element. And so while it's not a part of this entitlement, you're not approving any go ahead on this. This would still be subject to ASC review. Um, this this was already identified as a future project prior to this decision that you're making tonight.
So the future plan is already part of the CUP.
That is correct.
Got it. And similarly, the pending projects are already part of the CUP. There's something that's called pending, and and that includes the chapel here.
So those were projects that were in early planning commission and ASC conceptual reviews of the project that you're reviewing tonight. They were identified as projects that did not require conditional use permit amendment and that could move forward to the ASC for final review and approval. And so they're being reflected on this plan to update the master overall plan to reflect those projects that are pending, though the planning commission has already given the go-ahead to allow for those projects. And so they're all in different stages. The chapel is currently has an active application to the town and is in plan check review. The middle school courtyard was approved by the ASC in June of 2024 and I believe is under construction currently. And then the Gambetta gym, locker room improvements and minor addition is also an active application with the town.
For development.
That's correct for ASC. So once they're in plan check review for an ASC determination.
Got it. I guess, so to confirm, there is nothing listed on this document that hasn't been approved or that wouldn't require a CUP amendment except for the new projects which are here before us now.
That is correct.
I appreciate your taking me through that. Thank you.
Of course.
I have nothing further. If the applicant would like to present, then we'll move to a public hearing, then move into discussion.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Really appreciate being here tonight. Grateful for the opportunity to be back in front of the commission. And just appreciate all the effort that was made to have this meeting. Terrence and Jake, thanks for working so hard to get the staff report presented and done. I know that was a lot of work, and obviously it was a 263-page document that the commissioners had to go through. So thanks for wading through that. We appreciate it. We know how much time and attention you put into this, and it comes from a place of great care, and we're grateful to be part of that. The town, you've seen this project many times, literally going back 20 years when it was part of our first master plan, and over the time it's certainly evolved. but we are excited for tonight and hopeful getting approval of our conditional use permit and our site use permit. Along the way, we have really appreciated the feedback, and that's come both formally and informally. I think for us, this is much more than simply a new athletic center or a road, right? But we're investing in a campus that really provides opportunities and experiences, for our students to develop relationships and to really engage and be part of a community that helps transform them. That process of formation that is at the heart of middle school and upper school is something that Priory has been doing since 1957. And we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to work, hard, really following, those Benedictine values and that charism, that has animated us and has really brought us to this. Tonight our boys basketball team is playing in the NorCal finals. That's really that's the equivalent of the state Final Four. It's a massive game on our campus. And I think if we win, we go to the state title, something that we've never played for before for the boys. Girls have won that before, by the way. But boys have never gotten there. In the last 8 days, we've hosted 4 state playoff games, including the one tonight, and the community engagement has been phenomenal. Saturday night, we had a packed house, still within the fire code, but a packed house of so many community members. There were students from Ormondale and Corte Madera, so many neighbors and friends that were there, all really to witness one of the best basketball teams in California compete. And I think we're one of the best basketball teams in California because, not necessarily because we have the tallest players or we have the fastest players or, the boys that shoot well, and they do all those things certainly. But I think it's a team that is bonded by teamwork and hard work and resilience and communication and leadership, and above all, love. And I think all of those things are grounded in this education that we offer at Priory. I think it's the success that comes from those values that have led our team to who they are and what they are. We're going to lose tonight. I think, we're a better community watching them, right? And then also, I think, our town is better because of their example. And again, I think it's all grounded, in those values. Priory, we've grown up with the town, right? For the last 68 years, right? Our monks, when they got here, it was people from the town that gave them pots and pans and blankets and sheets so that they could live, but also they could help educate the young men that were in their charge, right? And it was the monks that have really ministered to the town, weddings and baptisms and funerals, certainly making mass accessible. Our facilities have always been shared, right? Since they were constructed. Certainly that was well appreciated during COVID. 5 years ago, we've certainly been part of the housing element and have really supported, particularly sure that's the text from the game, but we're not going to check it. Kind of really assisting kind of in the below market housing as well. We're so proud of the family members that have been educated, at Priory, and today we're thrilled that 1 in 5 of our families come from Portola Valley. And we love that we're a choice for families here and a really viable option for residents. And we know, and that young families are so critical for our town, right? And providing a place where our young families can see their children grow in development, again, crucial for the success and viability of our town. As I mentioned, we're really grateful for the feedback and really the building that you saw in January is the same. It has not changed. Obviously, we have removed some trees, and that was at the advice and some feedback that we had received. And then we've also added some screening to the building. And again, that's close around to it, but also from Portola Road. And we're gonna, unpack those for you tonight. The site permit and the conditional use permit, we were grateful to work with ASCC in that process, and they unanimously approved that back in December. And we're grateful for their feedback, but we're also grateful for their clarity and commitment to the project based on their unanimous vote. But I wanted to just kind of unpack a couple of the comments that we have heard, certainly in January, and just kind of go through those, right? The first is some fire abatement that we heard was important. And that's the removal of a couple of trees that could really impact or impede evacuation. They will certainly make campus safer for us. And Jake referenced those. Landscaping and screening. And again, we'll unpack this a little bit more, but certainly around a new facility, but also on Portola Road. And that's really with layers of trees and vegetation. Again, really working to focus in on the native options that are so critical to Portola Valley. We're going to unpack a little bit of the on-campus connector that was approved in 2005 as part of that master plan, but something that was restudied as we engaged in this process, really looking to our engineers to look at the soil kind of impact and the hydrology. Also, again, great direction from ASCC, really looking to craft that road so that it matched the topography and kind of the natural, bends of that meadow. It was also developed really to ensure that the headlights from cars entering our campus would not have any light spill onto Portola Road and continue to be safe. But then also, most importantly, making our campus safer for our students. So cars and students would no longer be in conflict, during the school day. Again, we just think the safety of our students is so critical in this. The building color, we'll present a little bit about that and how it blends really with the natural palette that's on our campus, both of the existing buildings, but also of what the natural landscape is in that area, really to match kind of the trees and bushes as well. And then the height, obviously that has, garnered some great energy in some of the comments. And just to be clear and set the record straight, the highest point on that roof is 42 feet, just under 42 feet. So not quite 42. As you know, we are zoned residential and the max building height for a residence is 34 feet. So we are just under 8 feet higher. The reason it has to be that height is to really meet the minimum requirements, for the athletic contests that will be in that facility. The NCAA recommends a height of 41 feet for volleyball, but a minimum of 26 feet. And so we started with the minimum of 26 feet, not going with the recommended height of 41 feet because, of the realities of our town. As you know, too, in the municipal code for our town, section 18.54.030C, it references places of assembly. And many would say that this would be a place of assembly, that we can have an increased height of 75 feet for the building. Now, we are well below that 75 feet. As long as there's a setback, a rear setback of 25 feet and a front setback of 54 feet, we are respectively 254 and 319 feet setback from the road. So we know that based on the town ordinance, we are well within what is allowed for places of public gathering. Furthermore, we believe that there are at least two buildings in our town, Alpine Hills and the Valley Presbyterian Church, that are examples of projects that would exceed, that residential max height. So we do not believe this would be the largest building in Portola Valley. I would need to confirm that. I have not measured those buildings, but that's the quick calculation I could do. Dark sky compliance, we heard about that. And so we've added shades, automatic shades to really block the light to make sure that there are no, there's no light spill, on our, from our building at all onto Portola Road. Again, we're very sensitive to that. A few people have asked about Fromher's house, and we certainly have committed to assessing the structural integrity and the financial viability of restoring that house within 3 months of approval of this project. Some of the documentation that we have dating back to 2009 shows some structural flaws and instability to that, but we would like to further examine that and determine the viability of restoring that. Obviously, some updates and upgrades, not upgrades, but some updates have been made to that building to ensure that it does look a little bit more presentable. And then finally, the joint use agreement. As I said, we've had an informal joint use agreement with the town since the day we opened, and we will continue to do that. But we formalized that with the master plan in 2005, over 20 years ago. And obviously, we want to make this facility part of that joint use agreement and have it available on Sundays between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. To the town. And we've coordinated and worked with town staff to incorporate that as well. So I'm going to turn over to Emily, and she's going to unpack a few more things for us.
Thank you, Patrick. Additionally, the Priory has offered a series of conditions of approval, including an email distribution list for events. Patrick just spoke about the Farmhurst House. They have offered to make the gym available for community use year-round on Sunday. And additionally, as Patrick mentioned, we're providing blackout shades on all windows throughout the facility, every facade. They're automated on the south and in the clear story window. So anywhere south, just to make sure they're down on a timer. So it precludes human error. And then all windows throughout the facility on all facades. In terms of acoustics, we compared our conditions to the Neely conditions and found that they're very similar. Our noise study showed that the new project does not exceed the town's noise levels in either direct or reverberated noise against the building. In fact, the reverberation noise study showed that there's less than 1 decibel increase of noise at the property line. And what we've learned is that most humans can't even perceive anything less than 3 decibels. We carefully designed the building with features including variegated massing, materiality, soft planting areas in front of the building in order to reduce that impact. And the noise levels from the gym during a basketball game were studied with both the doors open and the doors closed. And in both of those situations, the noise resulted in a level less than the town's threshold at the property line. The Priory has offered conditions around noise monitoring or agreed to those conditions, providing a professional noise consultant approved by planning staff to measure noise during the first outdoor nighttime event held by the Priory. They'll also provide a post-construction noise verification prepared by a professional noise consultant and provided by our own acoustical engineer, also offered other measures to potentially reduce the amount of sound coming from basketball games, such as closing the opening to the gym, even though it didn't result in an impact at the property line during games, to use a scoreboard model that's a little bit quieter, the use of quieter whistles, and to notify and continue to notify in advance of games and events.
Just to piggyback on that, I've met a few times with representatives from the neighborhood right across, really our field, and will continue to communicate with them. I'm just grateful in general, very supportive of Priory and, what we do and see the value of athletics. Certainly, we will do a better job of communicating, when we have those unique events like Special Olympics or the Peninsula Bridge Fun Run or graduation, and then really work to ensure that, we're in compliance. We are in the business of forming, our students. Sometimes, they don't always, conform, to the guidelines. So it's our job and responsibility to help them know, where those kind of benchmarks are. So, but we're grateful that, our neighbors, we have a good dialogue, good relationship, and we'll continue to do that, regardless of where this is, just how we are and how they are.
So with that, I'd like to introduce Eric Prince, who's one of the landscape architects on the project that we've been working with collaboratively.
Yeah, good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. So just wanted to touch on real quickly some of the things that we're doing on the landscape side and the planting side. So this first image that you're looking at is a section that's looking along the hillside through the athletic center. And one of the things that we're really trying to do throughout the project is to really stitch together the natural hillside landscape. And we're doing that here with a lot of the planting approach for that we're introducing a lot of layers of native planting from native oaks and big leaf maples and redwoods along the lower part of that, so that it feels very much natural to that hillside, and has the added benefit of really helping screen some of the massing as you look at the hillside. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see another view that takes a little bit more of a broader perspective, looking north from the recreational field along the track, and looks at the entire hillside, and you can see how the athletic center sits within that context. And so this is an elevation view that almost looks at year one of growth, or when it was first planted. So what we're doing here on the right is to really work within the Gambetta meadow and working with the open meadow planting native oaks along that way, and how it stretches all the way to the left and steps down in elevation a little bit more, and using a lot more redwoods to help screen the western end of the building and the parking lot. But it also fits in really nicely with a lot of the mature redwoods along the valley floor on that end of that. And if you go to the next slide, then this is what we project that to be after, say, 10 years of growth, just very conservatively. And those in the area know that redwoods grow very fast. We are planting them pretty large, but then we expect them to grow really substantially within that 10 years, to the point where they start to really surpass the height of the athletic center building. And then so that we're trying to really stitch together the visual impact of the athletic center so it feels really natural, as a natural place within the hillside, and the planting becomes a really important role with that, with the layers that we're introducing. And if we can go to the next slide, you'll kind of get a little bit more of an enhanced view along that athletic center. And you can see that there's multiple layers of planting. We're not just planting trees, say 30 feet on center, we're planting them in more naturalistic groves, so that the oaks from the right kind of start to blend and have a effect that then starts to blur into the redwoods along the left side of that. And so this has the added benefit of kind of working with the massing of the building and really breaking down that scale with the planting. So that's that first year of growth. Again, if you go to the next slide, you'll see again what that would be like after that 10-year time frame of the redwoods kind of surpassing the height of that south-facing athletic center. And if you go to the next slide, now we're really pulling back even along Portola Road. So this is a view that I actually took, riding my bike into the site a little while ago. And so you can see I've highlighted the story poles here with the building, and the last comments that we talked about, like, this view as being an important view that we would on screen. And so if you go to the next slide, I'm just kind of noting that there's 2 existing coast live oaks. And then a really, rendering of, again, what that story pole looks like with the massing and the plantings of the oaks and the alders kind of coming together. And if you go to the next slide, then we can see what we're adding, and we've added in the planting plan as far as new coast live oaks along that frontage of the path. So these will be more multi-stem coast live oaks, so that would have more of a naturalistic look to that. That would be good for screening. So we have 4 of those that are planting along the roadside, 2 in front of the fence and 2 behind. And then we also have an added layer of Catalina cherries, which are more like a screening native shrub that would present planted along that backside of the fence to kind of assure 2 layers of screening from this view in particular. If you go to the next slide, as Patrick and Emily touched on, we really thought very carefully about this entry road. It was analyzed and approved in 25, but then we spent a lot of time trying to make sure that the road contours, the grading, and its geometry responds to what I call the intrinsic values of that Gambetta meadow, so that the grading and how the contours work, that the road feels very natural to that context, that it works with the vegetation and the runoff of the drainage through that. So The material that we're using is a kind of aggregate that gets rolled in the asphalt, what we call chip and seal. So it has a warm and brown approach, which will really, blend in particular in the summertime to limit its visual impact. And there's also added benefits that we're doing along this to improve bioretention of runoff of that meadow and new seeding of native grasses and meadows along that road that does get disturbed with the grading. But again, we're really trying to limit the grading. And so that geometry that you're seeing is actually following the natural contours of that hillside. Next slide. And then we wanted to kind of pull back out to the plan view. Now that if we looked at this, as we noted that there are some significant trees that we're removing, but we are planning on planting 161 new proposed trees. And there's a nice diversity from the big leaf maples to oaks that I mentioned, alders within the bioretention areas, sycamores, coast live oaks, and valley oaks and red oaks, all of which are really planted within that kind of natural ecotone of the hillside that we really are excited about. And it's also important that, we are working to preserve those significant trees, oaks along the meadow, and then mature redwoods along that valley floor. With that, I'll kind of hand it back up. I'm eager to answer any questions that you might have later. Thank you.
So as you can tell, this is a team and a project that was really driven by blending the natural and the built landscape and reflecting a sense of place. I think our goal in this project is to have this building and this landscape really feel not only like Portola Valley, but like the Priory campus. We want to create a project that after it's built just feels like it's always been there. And so that entailed a very rigorous design process. Here looking specifically at materials, a range of types of materials, textures, colors, in sunlight, in shade. And really looking through the campus, we found that the campus has two primary material palettes. There's the kind of warm, what I call prairie brown, kind of a warm, dark chocolatey brown of the upper school building of Founders Hall of the Performing Arts Building. That color forms the base of our building. And then a kind of lighter earth tone that is reflected in the stonework throughout campus, the plazas that make up the heart of campus, the stream center, the dining hall, and that's what we're using on the top of our building, which is a lighter textured material. By creating a base and a top, we're able to break down the mass of the building in elevation. Not only are we stepping the structure with the natural terrain as advised by the design guidelines, but again, kind of breaking down the elevations with these two materials. We've chosen the darker material as the base to make it feel rooted in the site and landscape, and the lighter, more textured material at the top. This is very much in keeping with, if you look at a wooded hillside, the base is darker. You've got the shade from the sun, you've got the dark kind of trunks of the trees, and then the top is lighter. You've got the light reflecting off the canopy. Similarly, and again, reflecting the Town of Portola Valley's design guidelines, this upper element integrates this texture within the panel itself, both a physical kind of ribbing of the panels and within the color tone, which what's great is as the sun moves throughout the day, that will create this kind of variegated shadow pattern that will subtly change colors over the time of day. Patrick talked about the height in detail, but here again are the basics. Again, 20'6" minimum clear inside that allows them to play volleyball games. Anything lower than that would mean that they can play tournaments. You can see I've added the orange lines to show where the steel trusses are cutting across the roof. And then we pull down the sawtooth roof whenever possible, close to that 26-foot level, again, to not only break up the mass, but reduce the overall height and bulk of the building. Finally, we've taken light spill very seriously, providing blackout shades on all windows, north, south, east, and west, automated at the clear stories and on the south. which we feel is very sensitive.
Thanks, Emily. Fantastic. So just to kind of wrap up, as I mentioned, I know that there's, you really looked at this project and I know all of you and the town certainly supports who we are and what we are. So we're excited, hopefully, to get, approval of the conditional use permit and the site permit as well. We've worked to really meet the town guidelines. We've worked to continue to respond to feedback. And we've really worked to continue to be, and will continue to be, a good neighbor. Long after this project is done, we will stay in dialogue. We will continue to communicate. We love that we are one of the founders of this town and have been part of it since its inception. And we look forward to many, many years, together kind of in the town. So I'll just going to turn over to Camus for one last comment. Camus is our attorney.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Camus Steinmetz, legal counsel to the Priory. And I just wanted to make one quick clarification and a point about process. First, I wanted to make it clear for the record that I prepared the table comparing the Neely conditions and the Priory conditions, and we provided this table both to staff and to the neighbors directly who submitted that as part of their comments. And the comments in the second to right-hand column are mine, and the comments in the far right-hand column are the neighbors. And on the most part, we believe that all the Neely conditions are already part of our proposed CUP amendment. And in addition, I just wanted to make a point about process. On December 16th, the ASCC considered both the site development permit and the CUP and unanimously recommended that both be approved by the Planning Commission. One suggestion brought to our attention is that the site development permit be taken back to the ASCC for a second review. And we don't believe there is any justification for going backwards to the ASCC, given that no physical changes have been made to the project since the ASCC last reviewed it, other than the additional landscape screening, which our architect just presented. And these were to address commission concern. And I believe that, and staff can confirm that if the site development permit were to go back to the ASCC, it would then need to go back to the Planning Commission. Given the grading, the Planning Commission would be the final decision-making body on the site development permit. This would likely cause another several-month delay before our building permit could be issued, thereby eliminating any possibility that the project could start this summer while students are on break. And in turn, this would significantly increase the cost of the project. My understanding is it would be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. There was also one question about why the project was not reviewed by the Bicycle Pedestrian and Safety Committee. And our understanding from staff is that this project did not trigger that committee's review because it doesn't create any changes to the public roadway. Staff can confirm. Our head of school, Patrick Ruff, he did receive a request from one of the members, and Patrick offered to meet with that member, and there was no response back. So I just wanted to make those points, and thank you very much for your diligence in reviewing the project.
Other questions of the applicant?
I have two questions. On the new screening along Portola Road, I think I just heard it mentioned that you added that because you thought the Planning Commission wanted you to. Would you be open to removing it if the Planning Commission does not prefer that screening to be there?
Sure. Absolutely. We're happy to remove it.
Okay. And then on the new proposed, it's condition 22. It says after the first month of regular operation of the new athletic center, the Priory shall email those on the email distribution list and request comments and concerns about its operation. I was wondering, well, did you propose that language and how did you arrive at 1 month? And how might you think about increasing that to say 3 months to allow things to kind of settle out more?
Oh, that was from the Neely report. We tried to mirror that. We're certainly happy to do it after 1 month or 3 months. That's fine.
Okay.
And the distribution list, just so you know, our conditional use permit back in 2021, that amendment, it called for the creation of that distribution list. So we sent letters to the people that were within that 1,000 feet, inviting them to opt in, to regular email communication. So we have a number of people, maybe 50 or 60, and then other people have asked to join as well. And I send, about monthly, maybe 8 or 9 times a year. Not a lot in the summertime just because we're not really around, but just about what's going on in campus. But that's where that list is from, and happy to add people to that list.
Thank you. That's it.
Karen? Your list of voluntary comments, Emily, in your presentation, where's that in our package, do you know? So you're calling them voluntary, but you cut and pasted them from the conditions in our resolution. Is that what you're telling me? I'm trying to track things. It's fine for you to tell me, but if I don't have it in my administrative record,
We volunteered them.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, we can't hear the applicant.
Oh, sorry, we volunteered those conditions and they were accepted by staff, and staff then incorporated them.
does that gel with what you had going on, Jake?
Yes.
Just to be clear, commissioners, they're volunteered, but they are conditions of the approval. So they don't get to decide, oh, we don't really like it 3 months later. They are conditions of the project. They were volunteered by the applicant.
Did we approve the location of the scoreboard by your track there that blocks the view of Windy Hill? I'm just curious.
Yeah, again, I don't know how that's relevant to this project. I don't know when that was approved. We've had a field since 2014. I would assume that it was approved, but I don't know.
I wasn't trying to find fault as much as figure out if there are things that happen that we're not aware of. And thank you.
I hope not.
And what the level might be where that triggers. I don't have any other questions. Chairman?
So I'm unclear. So the minimum height for a high school basketball, volleyball. Congratulations, by the way, to the men's team for prowess.
I don't know how we did tonight, but thank you. I don't know. I don't want to know. We got to get through this first, right? I have to stay focused on this. So don't distract me, Commissioner Tark. Don't try and take me off my game, Commissioner Tark. Come on. I know these games.
Headmaster, you started off talking about the love of the town and the support, and I just want to let you know the town loves Superior Way.
We feel that, and we're grateful for that.
Notwithstanding the love, the minimum height for high school volleyball court is 23 feet. Regulation is 26 for collegiate, so far as I can tell. professional appears to be 41, or,
I don't think that's accurate.
tell me.
I think
I'm with-
the NCAA recommends 41 feet, and any gym built after 2005 has a requirement of 26 feet.
So 26 feet. So we are, what, 16 feet-ish higher.
No, the roof is 42 feet. The ceiling in the building is 26 feet.
So why do we need a roof? Why do we need a clear space
That's
that's
a-
an additional 16 feet?
That's a great question.
There we go. Yeah. Okay. So looking at the section here. So you see that from this point, which is the floor of the court, up to the bottom of the sawtooth is 26 feet. There's then a glulam beam that holds up the roof that's 2 foot 4 inches deep. And then there's a steel truss, very efficient steel, because wood would be even higher truss at 11 foot 8 inches that spans that over 100 feet over the court. The high point of the sawtooth, which happens at these 3 instances, is just below that 42 feet. That's what makes up that sandwich. There's about a 2 foot roof assembly. Now, if we had a flat roof and not a sawtooth roof, it would all be at that 42 foot height because you still need the truss to stand all the way across. Does that make sense?
Yes, so I guess my question is, why do I have, that is, there are lots of volleyball courts, lots of gyms that don't have a truss that runs all the way across. I went to Gordon and Camus went, I think I probably preceded you by a couple of years.
I think it's been renamed for political purposes.
That it has. But when I went there, it was in fact good.
Go ahead, sorry.
And it had column in the middle. It's a little unpleasant. Is the purpose of the truss to avoid needing a support in the middle of the building?
Yes, in fact, the courts run both east, west, and north, south. So a column in the middle would literally put a column in the middle of the volleyball and basketball courts, which would not be allowed for safety. Yeah.
But presumably it could be designed to have a supports that is not all gyms have 100-foot trusses running across them.
We do.
And-
So a typical high school basketball court is 50 foot by 94 feet. You need 10 feet of clearance for safety on either side until you hit the wall. So the minimum court length is 114. feet. And so you need something to span that way. We're doing it here with an efficient steel truss, which allows us to bring down the roof and create the sawtooth. We've done it in other schools where we have a whole series of small kind of steel like Volcraft trusses. But that means you've got a flat roof, which means it's all up at that level. So this is really the way where we can bring down the roof height as much as possible down to that 26 feet and still support that span. There's a single court that you're looking at here that we're seeing in section that runs east-west with the bleachers. So you can't put a column in that space and still have a functional gain.
With the structure as you have it. So for example, you have another gym on campus, right? Yeah. How high is that roof?
It's actually
I
it's
think
32 feet. I could be wrong,
the ceiling height
because it's the pitch in the middle. I could be wrong, but I believe it's.
So the
32
roof
feet.
is higher than 42 feet?
exterior
mean, the ceiling height's probably like 23 feet. I mean, they're playing sports and you're sending a team
No,
to
'cause
the
it
state
isn't.
champions. So,
The Gambetta gym is structured like this.
yeah,
With the court in the middle.
right.
It's the same thing. Yeah, it's just a different roof configuration.
And
But we have been assured by the athletic director that anything less than 26 feet would mean that they can't hold tournaments. It doesn't suit their league minimum requirement.
no, I mean, I'm following this and what I'm trying to do, and I want to get to hearing, is I'm trying to square the idea that we are creating structures that are subservient to nature. And I've got a 42-foot high, massive building that we aren't going to go down into the ground for because it's wet and expensive. But it doesn't, I'm having a hard time figuring out how this is square with being subservient to the natural environment. And that's the reason why I'm pushing on this issue.
I would argue that it's really telling in the renderings that because we're preserving the existing trees on the upper end of the slope, even now, those trees are higher than our proposed building. And then with all of the layers of screening in front, as you see here. So, this existing tree line is actually taller than our building already. And then additionally, we're proposing all of these layers of screening, both on the outside edge of the building and parking, and if desired, at Portola Valley Road, to really nestle the building into the site and reduce that apparent noise.
And again, did this go through the Conservation Committee? So did Conservation?
The plans were reviewed by the Conservation Committee. All the landscape plans were, with the exception of the new landscape planting near Portola Road.
I think I'm done, so you can do what you'd like.
Go back to that crosscut of the sawtooth. Not anything I prepared, but I'm just curious. There we go. On if you look at it on the right-hand side, you're still going to that same height, but you don't actually have active athletic courts underneath there, do you, or do you?
Yeah, so when the bleachers can be retracted or out. And
Okay.
so when they're retracted, there is the potential to have games underneath that
court.
roof section.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Just on that height, because it's so important. We're grateful to hear from Kate Cox, who is a PE teacher and coach at Corte Madera, been there for about 23 years. And she says, as an athletic director of Corte Madera School for the past 23 years, a dedicated local educator, and this is the letter she submitted to the town. Just wanted to clarify, because I think she's the local expert here. I'm exceptionally well positioned to advocate for this project and its thoughtfully considered design, including the roof line and ceiling height. The project represents a tremendous asset for Priory's ability to provide exceptional youth sports opportunities, broader community for youth sports in Portola Valley and beyond with the joint use agreement. It's my understanding that there has been some concern over the height of the roof line. Corte Madera has a low ceiling clearance because of the wooden support beams, which has created significant challenges for our volleyball teams. Our ceiling height is not regulation height, so it is very difficult for me to schedule home games because teams don't want to play here and we are not allowed to host playoffs despite our record. I wholeheartedly urge you to approve this project with a roof line and minimum ceiling height so we comply with CIF regulations. This new facility will undoubtedly enrich our community and provide invaluable opportunities for our youth. That's from Kate Cox, who works again at Corte Madera.
Appreciate it. Sympathetic to being regulation height. I looked really hard to see if Corte Madera, sort of how Corte Madera dealt with this in their CEQA compliance. And I couldn't find any CEQA compliance for that structure. So I'm a little bit at, and that's not on you.
Yeah.
That's but I appreciate the height issue. I still have 16 feet above regulation height that I'm dealing with to square with as I'm now in discussion and I apologize.
Yeah.
If you came in with a 26-foot height or 30-foot height, blends nicely with the hillside, dealt with the noise, dealt with the, I think things would feel really different. And I'm just struggling with this 16 feet. And that's where I am. And I beg your indulgence for this piece. I guess I'd only note that I don't see consistency between the Neely noise requirements and what's in condition 8 here, but we can talk about that later.
Okay.
I appreciate it. If there are no further questions, either staff or the applicant,
Maybe Commissioner Morse.
I'm so sorry, Doug.
That's okay. I do have a couple questions, staying on this topic of screening, related to the small white house that you're going to review within, I think, 90 days if this is approved. What if the decision is that that house is, not viable? I assume that will be torn down, and is that correct? And if so, then that changes the screening and the shots that were shown of how the impact of that screening.
I think there's a process for that, Commissioner Morse, that will work with planning on that if it does become not viable for us to restore that home. And if that's the case, then obviously we'll work closely with staff to kind of ensure that the screening that's appropriate is there.
Okay, I guess more specifically then, that's good to hear. Would you be willing to extend this second tier screening that you have going kind of around the circumference of the track?
Yeah, I think that might be part of a separate process. We would certainly be open to that and willing to explore that. But I think that would be part, from my understanding from town staff, that would be part of a separate process. But the short answer is we're certainly open to that.
Okay. Another question I have is on the traffic study, which you looked at and was prompted by a resident of the traffic flowing the other way. And I believe that the reason for that request, and that he was a Brookside resident, was in an attempt to reduce the amount of two-way traffic in that congested intersection there. And I thought your traffic study made a lot of sense, but it was really from a safety perspective of the students, which I understand, but it didn't really address his concern of were other creative ways considered to reduce the traffic at that busy intersection where Brookside is. Because I believe the way it is now with the additional parking that will be added in that area, you'll have more cars than you do today coming into, there'll be additional two-way traffic because you'll have another 30 plus parking spots where the small soccer field is today.
I think the additional spots that are going to go to that first part of the soccer field are all spots that are currently, or most of them are currently spots on our campus. And they're kind of in back by where the aquatic center is and by the existing road. So we're simply just going to remove those to a different place. Actually, having the entry into Gambetta Lane cuts the amount of traffic in that area in half, right onto that Portola School Road. Having us enter on Gambetta Lane, having cars enter on Gambetta Lane cuts that traffic in half, on that road, because only cars that enter there are seniors who have that privilege of driving in, and then a few faculty who might come in, that way. But everyone else enters, from Gambetta Lane and either goes up to the middle school, and parks there, or drops off and then exits, that one road. So I think it does already mitigate
Yeah.
it kind of cuts it in half already. And then we couldn't go in that way because if we dropped off, and I think this is what the study said, if we entered in that Portola School Road and dropped off, we're dropping off on what people would call the wrong side, and students would have to cross back over to get to the academic buildings. So it creates another conflict with cars and students in that area.
Could, just as a, I guess, brainstorming idea of creative way to look at this, could you require, or could you consider requiring the seniors who will be parking down near where that field is? Could you require them to also enter via Gambetta Way and just wait in line as the kids get out and then drive to their spot?
I guess we could explore that. Certainly. We haven't seen the traffic study that would warrant that, but we could certainly explore that.
Yeah, I guess I was just trying to be sensitive to what I see as well as the comments from, the people that live right there. So, okay.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I appreciate that.
That's all my questions right now.
Thanks.
Thank you. It's just a little after 9 o'clock. I'm wondering if we want to take a 5-minute break and then convene and go from there.
Good.
All right, everybody. So before we get into it, Headmaster's got an announcement.
Good news for the Panthers. Good news for Priory. We won by 12 tonight. So good. Good night. One win down, one to go. So
There we go. All right. Thanks very much for everybody returning. We're going to open a hearing now. There is a 3-minute time limit. We're going to try and observe it pretty closely. I invite you to be judicious in your comments. Sorry that we've got it posted up here, but it looks like we're beginning now. Yes, right here, right now.
Hello, my name is Rob Castelline. I live on 116 Brookside Drive, about 100 feet or so from the Priory. And I was just telling the headmaster that first time I realized this project was going to happen was when I walked onto campus and saw story poles and immediately realized, of course, it was an athletic facility, which I agree you need. Steph Curry plays in the other gym, so that's for him. You need a new facility. The issue that I had when I saw those story poles was as your issue is as well, is the height. So my kids did not get into a Priory, even though I live 100 feet away from the school. I had to send them to Crystal Springs Upland School, a similar size school, similar students. You compete with that school, no doubt, for students. They also needed to build an athletic center, but in Hillsborough, that is a lot more, even more difficult probably than here. And they came up with a solution to build a first floor underground. Now, I just talked to the headmaster about that. Sorry, I don't know your name. So
Oh, it's Patrick.
Patrick.
You can just call me Patrick.
Patrick, I just talked to you about that. And you told me, and I want to mention that here and see if everybody is in agreement with that, that the water level there in that particular area, that's a low area. It's lower than actually Portola Road. The water table there is so high that it would be very difficult to try and build a first floor underground, which would take care of the whole height issue, right? And that's what Crystal did. It's a beautiful facility. Your students go there. I know that they played against my kids plenty of times. So, if that's not possible, it's not possible. I understand the expense, it will be expensive, but the question is that a reason why we should not do it? Because it's going to change the rural character of Portola Valley. I don't know exactly what that means, but you're going to see that building from Portola Road. If I come out of my Brookside, I will see that building. It may be a beautiful building and I may be happy with it afterward, but at this moment in time, I'm worried that 42 feet is a little too much for me. See, you mentioned the Alpine Hills Tennis Club. If you look at that building, that first floor actually is built into the ground. So if you come down down Alpine Road, you only see one story because that first floor is into the ground, even with the tennis courts. Anyway, that's my main concern. How are we going to deal with the height? If it's prohibitively expensive to do that, then yes, that's it.
Appreciate it. Hello, greetings. My name is Fraser Miller. I've been a resident of Portola Valley for 24 years. And I've also been a member of the Priory community, proud member of the Priory community for 9 years. I've sent my three boys through the Priory community, my wife and I. And I'm a big fan of both communities, and I feel like there's a lot of overlap and shared values across the two. I think there's three things I just wanted to mention. One, the criticality of this project. We live on Corte Madera Road, and so my kids have walked down across this intersection, which is has been so problematic for 13 years, going to the elementary school and also going to Corte Madera. And I know that they have been very thoughtful with the traffic plan, and I've looked at that, and it will reduce the traffic there quite a bit. And that, as a resident that sends my kids across the street and walks to school, I think that's super important. I was just at the event tonight. It was packed. I was turned away because they didn't have enough space in the facility. There was a bunch of people lined up outside trying to see into the basketball court, and it really needs an upgrade. That, as well as the parking, which was really problematic down in that area in particular, over by the pool. And I think the designs have really thoughtfully handled the parking as well as the traffic flow, which I just, as a member of the Priory community, I feel very strongly about. So first was a criticality. The second is, I think from what I see, the school's been very thoughtful about trying to maintain the values that they hold dear, trying to keep safety at the forefront of it, trying to make sure that they're addressing a bunch of, I think, really important principles that you guys have brought forth and others have. But they've hired one of the best architects around to try to do so in a thoughtful way that is in keeping with the pastoral lands. I can tell as Patrick and others talk through their presentation, just with a great amount of thought, I think, and careful consideration, which I, as a community member, appreciate greatly. In the last piece, I'd just say is there's a huge amount of shared values, I think, across both these organizations. And I just, in tonight, seeing how the conversation went, I would highlight that three of the core values that the school holds dear that I have learned, community, hospitality, integrity, I think are shown in ample ways tonight. And I know those are also principles that are hold dear to the town. And I'd also just highlight education as being a really key principle, which I think is shared across both organizations, as well as safety, which I mentioned at the beginning. So I would just urge the council to shepherd this project through and approve it and let them proceed. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Good evening, Caroline Vertonghen. I have mixed emotions. Yes, the Priory is part of our community. My kids went to the Priory, but left after middle school because of the sports and went to Sacred Heart. First of all, I wanted to thank Commissioner Brothers, and I think you were referring to the franchise ordinance 2007-368. And I think we should ask our interim planning director to look to that because we need revenue. Anyway, I feel the Priory could do more for the community. The building is, the size and the shape, in my opinion, are not in harmony with our general plan and not in harmony with our rural character. And like we have mentioned, there are options. They have switched the location compared to the master plan. I have been speaking up and we have concerns since 2005. Every time there's a new amendment. But the problem we have is that we don't solve the existing problems and we just add on to the problems. So when you refer to PPTS, the Bike, Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee, I have a handbook. I'm only the secretary and I can only propose to the chair to invite you. I have done that over the last 2 years. We have asked town council to have our consultant with us because we don't see his traffic planning and we don't agree with it. The locations of the crosswalks right now will not solve the problems. They're in the same locations they've been in 2017. So yes, I'm asking this commission, if you allow it, you have to downsize the building or come up with another proposal or perhaps another location. And I hope you will also ask them to work with PPDS. We hear the concerns of our residents. We have heard them since 2017. It's only getting worse. So please, it's the residents that are important. You know, staff, and don't take me wrong, we wish them all the best, but there is a balance. And they have known that. When they added students, we warned them, this was not right. You know, they should have proposed the whole plan in 2021 and they didn't. There's several mitigations that they could have done since 21 and they have not done it. So thank you.
Please announce yourself and where you live and who you are.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Ben Hilton. I am a member of the Priory community, but unfortunately not a member of the Portola Valley community. I live in Atherton. However, I'm today honored to speak on behalf of my fellow Priory students. So the first thing I'd want to say is that during my time at Priory, I've been here since 9th grade. I've had a truly wonderful time here It's been amazing. I've really enjoyed the education and I've made so many wonderful friends. I've been a member of the Priory football, or as some people say, soccer team for 3 years now. I've also been a member of the Priory Model United Nations team, where we've traveled across the country for competitions, and I've truly enjoyed my experience. However, during my time on the soccer team, we've used a different locker than we normally would due to the other athletics activities that go on at the same time as we are in season, specifically girls soccer. Especially during the end of the season, it can become very cramped due to the fact that the boys lacrosse team also uses our locker, and that can just become very problematic in getting ready for practice and getting ready for games. This project would help to alleviate that issue, as there are plans to build new locker rooms in the gym. Now, another more important issue is the issue of basketball practices. Currently, we have many different basketball teams that practice at the same time, middle school and then upper school girls and boys basketball. Because of this, and we only have one gym, this essentially leads to staggered practice times, which means students get home very late, which can be problematic due to Priory's homework, which can oftentimes be a lot, especially if you're getting home very late. So this would help to alleviate those concerns by spreading out these teams to sort of enable earlier practice times, which will greatly benefit students. Now, finally, one of the key things that will be really important, not for our class, but for future classes, is the parking. My class is the biggest in Priory history, and we're already having a lot of issues with parking, where students are having to park on the side of the road just because we do not have enough parking. And the trend with larger classes has continued with classes that are younger than us. So this expansion of the parking would be really helpful in trying to alleviate this problem. And now one thing that I'd just like to recognize that is that as an 11th grader, I will not be here for the completion of this project if it is approved. However, I'm still really supportive of it, as I think it will greatly enhance the Priory experience for students in the future, including my brother. So I'd really encourage the approval of these plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton.
Hi, my name is Adelaide Chan. I'm a resident of Saratoga, but I'm a student athlete at Woodside Priory. I just wanted to say thank you for your time and for your consideration of this project. I wanted to use my time today to focus on the positive community aspects that I think that this athletic facility will bring in the future. I'm currently a junior at Priory and I'm on the girls basketball team. I think Mr. Ruff has bragged enough about our team. But with that being said, you know, the 3 years that I've been on the team, I've definitely noticed just the rise in school spirit. We definitely put Priory on the map going to the state tournament and the state championship in past years. And it's just been amazing to see how many people are packed in that gym. I came from the basketball game earlier today and I genuinely never seen that gym so packed. You know, I got my grandparents to come out to games. I've seen mutual friends. I've met a lot of new people through the athletics programs at my school. And then outside of being an athlete, I've also seen the perspective on this project as a community member. Last year as a sophomore, Mr. F gave me the opportunity to visit EHDD as part of the student brainstorming design process for this facility. And what I was really amazed about is how much they really take into account the students' considerations. You know, a big thing that I really wanted was the locker room accessibility, because what we have right now is the girls' locker room is harder to get to than the boys. And so we have to sit in the office for halftime. And then also just overall, I felt heard and I felt seen by EHGD and by my school. And I think that that's definitely such a testament to Priory's values of community and hospitality and making sure that everyone is considered. And so overall, I just want to close by saying, I definitely think that this athletic facility will bring practical positive changes like scheduling changes and, you know, obviously a larger space. But I also think that above all, it's going to give us a larger area to continue to foster that new school spirit that we saw in the past basketball seasons and just allow us to come together as a community in a bigger space. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Peter Dreger. I wish I was as well-spoken as these students here, but
Yeah, I was about to say it's a hard act to follow.
it is a very hard act to follow. I want to tell you, I'm a graduate of the Priory, class of '76. And I live a short distance away on Applewood Lane. I sent my 3 children to the Priory. And my neighbor across the street had 2 daughters there at various times. Truly a community school. Many of our local young AYSO soccer players played on Priory fields. I attend mass from time to time in the chapel. And that's where my wife, Anne Marie, and I were married 37 years ago this fall. My story may be somewhat unique, but it demonstrates the beneficial relationship of the Priory to the wider Portola Valley community. While we struggle to meet state standards, requirements, I should say, for the housing element, we have an institution here that has many times supported the letter and spirit of that element, so often described as a desire to house, quote, teachers and firefighters. The Priory has been doing this since its founding in the 50s. The Priory has identified a need to provide for the athletic enrichment of its student body. And as is typical for this incredible institution, as I feel, they've designed a facility and infrastructure that blends harmoniously with the environment, and in fact, improves the existing elements of the school to better do so. I hope you'll see the effort, I'm sure you have, that they've gone to create a design that further enhances the many contributions Priory renders to the Portola Valley community, and will continue to do so in the future. I know you'll work through the technical issues, whatever they may be. A lot of them have already been addressed, and make this a win-win for everybody. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Craig Heber. I live across from Priory at Portola Green Circle, and they are all very hard acts to follow. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to comment, and my comments are really pretty narrow in scope. So I wanted to follow up on our comments that were submitted to the Planning Committee from the residents of Portola Green Circle. And I mean, we really do appreciate that the Priory has been listening to our concerns and responding with measures they plan to take to address those concerns. I appreciate also personally the Priory's attorney in clarifying that they prepared the table that was attached to our submittal. And I take full responsibility for any of the typos that remain, because a lot of them came in when I converted the file from PDF to Excel. We very much would like to continue this beneficial working relationship that we have with the Priory and the broader community. And I'd like to make a request that, if possible, to provide us a markup copy, redline copy of the amended CUP for review, if that's possible. In closing, I'd just like to thank the Planning Commission, the Priory, and the greater community, which me and my wife absolutely love, for its work and thoughtful deliberation in this matter. And we look forward to staying engaged. Thanks a lot.
Good evening, I'm Mike Prindeville, and I'm joined with my wife Jennifer. We are 15-year residents of Portola Valley, and we've had 2 children go to school, first at Ormondale and then Porto Madera, and now 2 students at Woodside Priory. And we also live on Canyon Drive, so we consider Priory not just a school, but really a community and truly a neighbor. If you spend any time on the Priory campus, you've learned about the Benedictine values. And for us personally, I'm just happy to share that those are truly not just words on posters or a website, but community is central to those values. I personally attended a high school that I would say was athletically distinguished, which is a polite way of saying it was very competitive, but also very exclusive. Opportunities in sports were limited to only the best of the best, and success was measured by 3-letter acronyms like NBA or NFL. Conversely, Priory is a school which truly invests in the whole student. It encourages participation and curiosity to try new things, and the kids support each other in their success and failures together. This investment tonight is an extension of that mission. And we'd like to thank the council and our fellow neighbors for your careful consideration and support.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer Prindeville. And Mike spoke to how Prairie has been a part of our lives as 11-year residents here at Portola Valley. I'm going to speak to you from a parent volunteer coach at Prairie. I am a parent volunteer coach with the cross-country program in middle school. And so we practice right after school for an hour. The parents come pick up the kids at 4:30 on the dot, and they're gone. It's important that we look at what these student athletes are going to be provided moving forward from the middle school to the high school programs. I want to keep these kids engaged, excited, so that they continue on to maybe run cross-country in high school. Prairie is trying to build up their athletic programs in addition to the success of basketball, football, and volleyball. We would like to bring up other programs such as cross-country, track, field hockey, lacrosse, and other, sports that are not necessarily big money sports, but they are also very important to keep the kids engaged in school and in athletics, and to keep them healthy and fit and excited about coming to school, and enjoy, and to also be able to enjoy the excitement and that's already enjoyed by some of the more popular programs. I think this facility, I fully wholeheartedly support this facility. This facility will offer finally a comparable and compatible place for the girls to get dressed in the locker rooms. Right now, it's kind of an afterthought. When this building is built, they will have a dedicated facility for them specifically, as well as for the boys. When this facility is also built, they will also have access to the locker rooms. They'll have access to cold pools for after workouts and after practices. This obviously is for the high school kids, but it's keeping the kids engaged all the way through middle school to high school. I support this building, and I think it will benefit Portola Valley in ways that will be known further down the road. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your consideration of this project. Hope it goes through. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carl Urbanik. I live at 40 Iroquois Trail. My wife Karen and I have lived in Portola Valley for 15 years, and we are both here to support Woodside Priory and its bid to build this new gym. Our son is a junior at Priory, and a couple of our nieces have attended there as well. I actually have lived in this area for over 25 years and remember when the local school sports facilities were open to the public all around us. I have fond memories of running the bleachers at Stanford Stadium, as well as running laps around the tracks at Sacred Heart, Menlo School, MA. And, community members could kick a ball around and throw a Frisbee on all of their fields. One by one, though, all those schools have closed their sports practice facilities to the public. In almost every case, this followed a remodeling project, part of which included a locked high fence to keep people like me out. Woodside Priory went through their remodel of their field, and even though they were denied the ability to use AstroTurf or whatever, the synthetic stuff, they never put up the fence, and they welcome people in, and it's really nice to have a member of the community that is not putting the fence, because all those other schools that I mentioned actually did, unfortunately. So I still run a little bit, actually more jog, but when I do, I sometimes throw in a couple laps around the Priory track, and it's great to see other people out there enjoying the space. I also am the coach of the San Francisco Special Olympics tennis team, and it's unfortunately, that it's up there because I asked Patrick Ruff, if we were down here, would we be able to get 2 courts for space? And all of my assistant coaches were given the task last year of finding us some practice space up in the city, and they have yet to be able to find 2 courts, which is really tough. And it's too bad we don't have a bus to bring them down here. So, you know, there are going to be a lot of questions and issues that will have to be worked out with regards to, you know, light noise and acoustic noise and transportation. But I think it's most important to look at who is applying for the permit, what they've done in the past, and their Benedictine values. And I think that they practice what they preach, and it's been shown to me in the past. And I think that's should put to rest any people's fears. In the future. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Bill Eustra. My wife and I moved here in '99, and about 2 years later, well, no, actually, we moved in '99. We had a kid, and then we added 3 more. They went through Ormondale, Corte Madera. All 4 went through the Priory. Very special place for us. It's sort of woven into our family's history here in Portola Valley. From my oldest learned to fly his remote control airplane on the Priory fields, and he cried when he crashed it. And then, I don't know, 10 years later, he cried when a girl dumped him walking across the field on the way home from a Priory game. So there were a lot of tears, a lot of sweat, a lot of joy, a lot of challenges at the Priory. But man, that place has heart, and it's a real part of our family community. One of the things that the kids bring home, they have these sayings. There's probably a better word than sayings that Priory has. One is think of yourself as part of something bigger. And, you know, it sort of resonated with my wife and our own values for what we wanted to bring to our kids. But I do see that at the Priory, and I saw that while we were there. And I saw it before we got there, as I said. So I know, you know, I know you guys are looking at a lot of detail, and I really want to thank you for all the diligence and all the work you bring to this and all the heart you bring to this. I just look at the Priory as a very, I have a lot of trust. I feel like they've earned a position of trust in this community where, you know, as we're working through all the different compromises and what we're trying to achieve here, you know, I think most of the words that have been said really have honored the place that the Priory's earned over these many decades. And so the only thing I'm going to add is that I think when it comes to working out the details of how do we achieve this, how do we give the students what they need, and how do we provide the additional benefits that the community gets from the Priory, and also balance the different objections that folks raise. I think it's an organization that's earned the benefit of the doubt in figuring out and putting forth their best efforts. And I myself have seen it over the last several years while I was involved, and and so I just wanted to add that to all the work you're doing as well. These guys, I'm impressed by the plan. I'm impressed by the changes that they've made as I read through all the materials before the meeting. And I'm impressed by the people that I've gotten. So, leave it at that. Thanks.
I grew up here in Portola Valley playing soccer at the Priory Fields. I used to play ping pong with the monks, and eventually sent our 3 children to the Woodside Priory. And I have great respect and admiration for the organization. Anyways, I have immense respect for the organization and values. And I'll say, I love this design personally. And as a resident of the community, I'll drive by there and look up with what I think will be great respect and admiration for what they created, the architectural firm they selected, which seems like they founded in environmental design. And they've nestled this building into this space in a really thoughtful way. It's broken up in ways that it won't get to be monolithic. It can address this need to be at a higher level in a way that I think is extremely thoughtful and so anyways, I just want to commend you for your service and hope you will prove this frankly tonight if that's possible and move on from long meetings. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sean. I'm looking within the old schoolhouse here, and I'm not seeing anybody further at the dais who appreciate comments, who particularly appreciate the students who spoke eloquently. I'm wondering if we have anybody on the line.
Mr. Chair, we do have one hand raised online. We'll go ahead and have him speak. B. Lynch.
Yeah, that's right. Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and
Yes.
clear.
Okay, great. My name is Brian Lynch. I'm a longtime member of the Portola Valley community. I have two kids at the Priory, one in sixth grade and one in ninth grade. And so I've in the last year gotten to know the school quite well. And I'd just like to speak in support of this great project that they've undertaken. Many schools, including the schools I went to, heavily emphasized athletic excellence as part of this way of building school community. Under Patrick's leadership, Priory has emphasized participation. And by doing so, he's built a really strong community of students that support each other and parents that know one another through these sporting programs. It's really fantastic. Performance like we saw in this game tonight has come along as almost as a byproduct, as a second goal. And I think it's something that's really unique within youth sports and really special. The community, the sense of community has extended to the town members as well. And I believe, as you've heard tonight, many town members feel welcome to use the facilities and watch the games. We came to learn about the Priory through a youth sports program that Coach Mosley, the basketball coach, runs, and welcomed our kids to at an early age, even before they were Priory students. And then I think in a quiet town like Portola Valley, we should really strive to protect and support the institutions that build this kind of community and extend out to the other members of the town. So I just speak in strong support of this project and in support of Patrick's leadership and the work he's done to get this program set up the way it is. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Mr. Chair, there's sorry, two additional hands raised. Phone number ending 3056. You can speak.
Is that me? Hello?
Hey, Dana.
I think it is.
It's Dana Breen. You know, I chaired the meeting, the ASCC meeting, that had to do with the Priory, but I want to say that we were uncertain because of not understanding what a CUP was at that moment. And I want to put that on the table because I think it's important. I think we all love the Priory. We want to make things happen, but I want to make sure that the process is correct. So thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair, there are no hands raised at the moment. Maybe give folks just a moment. No hands raised, sir.
All right. Thanks very much. We looking around, going once, going twice, and the public hearing is now closed. Now's the time when we take the issue back for discussion within the commission itself. We can have Mr. Commissioner Morris back on the screen. That would be excellent. And we're going to hold up a moment. There they are. Gentlemen, it's nice to have you with us. So I'm going to propose, I think we have 3 items in front of us. Can be divided into 3 items if we want to proceed. One is we have an issue of CEQA, and we have at least 3 different pathways. We have a CUP, and then we have the development permit. So I'm going to suggest that we begin with initial thoughts, perspective on issues that people have picked up on and may have. and then go forward to look at each one of the three items. And then if we have motions on them, at that point, we'll address this serially, beginning with the issues of CEQA, given that we should make findings on CEQA before going to a substantive issue. Because you need to make a decision on CEQA before you make the substantive issue. If there's a point of order that would like to be called, I would invite it, otherwise.
Well, I'm surprised by that comment. The staff recommendation, I think there are two resolutions that were recommended that we could approve. And I think that CEQA is encapsulated inside of those.
I saw that. It's really surprised because ordinarily you don't, or we don't treat CEQA as being a combined issue. And so I was a little surprised to see it that way. Because if you aren't going to make, you can make a finding, in this case particular, that you don't agree with the CEQA pathway, but you can still move forward with the decision. And because the decision has already been made for the Planning Commission in some ways, not in some ways, through the addendum that staff has put forward. But, so I think that it honestly can and should be divided. Otherwise, you're voting on two issues at the same time, which aren't necessarily congruent. But in any event, why don't we begin with the substantive issues? And
I would just say on that point, I agree with you. Incorporated into the rest of the documents and felt like that should be set aside. The subtext of my whole frustration with the administrative record. If that's a substantive issue or not, I agree with you on that approach to CEQA.
we may end up having to deal with that as we move forward. Karen,
Exactly what do you want me to comment on?
on
CEQA?
substantive issues.
I am okay with, or I do agree with the town attorney in that the CEQA, particularly the section 14, I'm very comfortable with that as an exception to having to do anything else. In terms of the project, I'm very comfortable with it, and I'm comfortable with the height discussion, particularly in the earlier discussion you had, Nicholas, about rural, and I travel a lot, and I travel in a lot of remote places, and lots of rural communities have high schools with large gyms, and I sort of think that's just sort of a necessity to have a school with a gym and a cafeteria. You know, I'm not sure what these are when I pass by them, but to me, the massing is appropriate for school, even in a rural place. And I think they've done an exceptional job of screening it as much as possible. So I'm comfortable with that, and I know it's a trade-off. So that's where I am.
There you go. I think it's a great project overall. I think it's thoughtfully done. I think all the materials prepared are, very, very thorough in the various studies, and I appreciate all of that. I think the athletic facilities are clearly needed, and it's going to be a great addition to the campus. I think the circulation improvements with the road are going to be a big improvement, especially not having the road kind of divide the campus in half will be great for them. And I think it's overall going to improve safety by having eliminating that traffic through the campus. I think visual impact, I think the building is going to look great. like the architecture. I think the materials are good. The design is good. So I look forward to seeing it. The height, it is high, but I think the reasons make perfect sense. I think you know, I wouldn't want to try to reduce by a couple feet and impact the volleyball. You know, definitely keep the clearance for the volleyball use, and then you know, I think they've done basically minimized it in terms of how high the roof goes above the volleyball court. So it's high, but it's not, you know, it's about 8 feet higher than an actual like single family home could be. So I don't think it's incredibly high. I think that if you go by now, having the orange flags on the story poles make it really stand out. But I think that you know, once the building is there with, you know, materials that blend in better, as well as landscaping in front of the building, you know, I think it's gonna look good and not be nearly as jarring as the story poles right now might suggest. There's been a lot of talk about noise. I think this project is gonna have very little impact on noise. I think I don't just intuitively, I don't think that noise coming out of a gym is gonna be an impact hundreds of feet away. I think the various studies support that as well. Noise reflecting off the building also, I don't understand how that would create a big issue. And again, the studies seem to support that. I think the issues with noise that have been brought up are mostly not related to the project. They're more like pre-existing conditions. And just overall, I'm satisfied with the conditions that the applicant has added related to noise. And I guess happy to hear that, I think overall, it seems like the kind of conversation with the neighbors has been productive and going in a good direction. The CEQA, I'm not troubled by the staff recommendation. It makes kind of intuitive sense to me that this is not having a significant impact related to the previous ISMD. And, I'm totally comfortable with staff's recommendation on it, including, having the CEQA finding be encapsulated as part of the resolutions. I don't think it needs to be pulled out personally. So, when the time is right, I'd be happy to, make a motion to pass the two resolutions in the packet. There are 4 changes that I would like to make. If the other commissioners are in agreement with those, but none of these are required. I'd be also okay passing it as it is. So the 4 changes. So the first one is that I would really rather remove the new landscape screening along Portola Road. I enjoy having that space be more open when you're either on the trail going by or driving by. I think the building is going to look good and not be jarring. It's going to have landscaping in front of it. And so I personally prefer not to have the landscaping, so the screening up on the road. I think having a visual corridor, you don't want that to be a tunnel of trees, basically. So personally, I prefer not to have those new screening trees there. Relatively minor, I did bring up this condition 22 that is asking the neighbors for feedback after 1 month. I just feel that allowing things to settle in a little bit more would be more productive. I'd maybe make that 3 months. Again, that's pretty minor. Also minor, but this photometric study really seems unnecessary to me. I think the proposed lighting seems reasonable and according to standards, and having to have an additional study that is the absolute minimum just seems unnecessary. So I would suggest removing that. And then fourth, I think I would remove this proposed study about the Fromhertz house, the White House on Portola Road. I think that I think it's outside the scope of this project, and I don't think that we could require it as a planning commission. I understand that the applicant has sort of volunteered and agreed to it, so I think it's okay if it stays in there. But, you know, I think it's kind of an overreach to have that in there, and I would just remove that. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Morse?
Yeah, thank you. I think a lot of my comments echo Commissioner Ronnie's comments. I'm impressed overall with the project. I guess my concern coming into this was personal, as well as what we've heard from a number of the residents on the massing of the building. And how that is going to stand out. And one thing I think that we need to keep in perspective on that is that I looked up on Google, and that existing track is 175,000 square feet of red man-made parking lot, essentially. And what we're adding to that is 10,000 square feet, 10 to 11,000 square feet of, you know, nicely done building that's going to be sitting in the hillside. And so from my perspective coming into this meeting, what I thought was important to improve actually is that scenic corridor. And I think today that track takes a lot away from the scenic corridor. And when we add this building to it, it's going to exaggerate and make us notice that track even more than we currently do. And it's very noticeable. So I like the screening that they've put in place. I think what would be a little bit better, and that Ronnie is trying to get to, is not having a corridor, but I think following the track with a lower hedge that would give the corridor. But the point is, I guess, that I'm comfortable with they're proposing. I think it could probably be done a little bit better so that it preserves both the views as well as blocks the part of the building and the track. So that was, I think, would address a lot of the issues about taking away from the character. I am convinced that the facility is needed. I do like that they, you know, the participation and the access to the community. So overall, I'm in favor. I can't really comment on too much on the CEQA, although I guess I take comfort that the lawyers have looked at this and reviewed it. And then we had a special session, I thought, that went back and re-reviewed that. So I don't know. I defer, I guess, that to the staff's recommendation on that issue. So that's where I'm at.
Thanks very much. Commissioner Brothers, excuse me, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, thank you. Well, I'm a huge fan of athletics, so I'm really pleased to see you guys going forward with a gymnasium like this, and especially equality and getting those girls out of wherever they are, where they're changing their clothes. I once went to a school that was just going from being a boys' school to a girls' school, and I know what it's like to have to go to the bathroom, which in and of itself is pretty small to change your clothes. So I think you guys have done a great job. And I think that everybody's talked about, and I'm not gonna waste more time on it. I understand the size of the gym. I understand our height limitations. I understand why you're doing it this way. And I think it makes a good sense. I think you've done a lot to, I'm gonna use the word minimize, but I'll use that word advisedly, the impacts with regard to the textures and the colors. And so, I don't have a huge problem with that at all. And, I think that's great. Secondly, I am still bothered by the road. I, feel like it's going across a beautiful meadow that's really, really visual. And you are right there parallel to the Portola Road scenic corridor. I think for maybe slightly different reasons than Ronnie and Doug, I would definitely like additional planting along that area. The, what was his name? Eric had that amazing view where he showed the cherry trees. I didn't know we had a native cherry tree that we could plant. Then those other oak trees. When you look up the track, I definitely like that, but I'd also like to see more shielding, I guess, of the road across of the shielding from Portola Road of the road that you're putting in. I don't think it has a name. DM6 maybe. It's what I guess you call it. So that bothers me. But I think the analysis has been done. There's nothing, no red flags associated with that. I think one of the public commenters made a comment that you had earned the benefit of the doubt. And I guess my frustrations are with the record that we have before us. And I think maybe some of our predecessors have given you so much the benefit of the doubt that I can't really tell what the record is. And even today, I didn't get some of my questions answered. The first whereas in the resolution is increase the maximum allowed pour area and then increase the maximum allowed impervious surface. Well, I asked a question about impervious surface and I didn't get an answer. So I don't know how I can sort of go along with something like that when I can't get an explanation of how the impervious surface was done. I apologize to you, but I did my homework and I couldn't get my question answered. I could be that I missed the answer, but I felt frustrated that that was the case in a couple of instances. I feel frustrated that I can't figure out yet. There's been discussions in earlier meetings about whether you are or are not in compliance with the CUP. Again, I don't have a record on that. And while I share all of the love and the appreciation for you, Patrick, and what you've done, and I love the comment about being able to go run laps. I mean, I live over by Corte Madera, and I'm now thinking they're going to put 10 feet fences around there and make it look like a prison. And I grew up, you know, running laps at schools and shooting hoops at schools. And I appreciate that you are really a part of the community. But but I think it's really important that we get these plans together and organized and fill in some of these cracks that I feel like exist on the record, because without, for example, a red line, I can't tell what I'm voting for. And so that's a frustration. I don't want to take it down on you, but I guess I feel like it needs to be a condition of approval, and I don't know where that fits into your process. I'll ask that question when we get to it. I guess my only other comment, I disagree with removing the planting. I'd like to see at least some planting along at the screen when you come down there, especially I think once this building goes in. It's got to be one of those things that rub people one way or another. If you're a supporter, you're going to look at that and pound on your chest and say, yay, 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 now they got a jam, you know. And if you've been sort of a little nervous about the height of it, you're going to say, oh, damn it. So I think somewhere in the middle, the trees will help a lot with how people react when they sort of come around that corner. Finally, on noise, I feel like, again, you guys have looked at it. I don't believe our staff had done an analysis of the Neely document. At least that's what I gathered from the conversations. I feel like we as a town should require that you both have identical, to the extent that they're applicable, requirements. And I think you agreed that you would, agree to the requirements that were imposed on them. And I just think that makes good policy for us to do that. So I think, Mr. Chairman, that's the extent of my comments. I haven't written specific amendments, but I guess we can cross that bridge when we get there.
Well, thank you very much. If this were a question of making a decision based on character, this wouldn't be a hard conversation, and we would have made the conversation at a staff level. And one of the things that we need to do is we need to treat all comers on an equal basis. And it goes to issues of basic fairness and how we proceed as a government body in body politics. So I always start off at that premise of affection for Priory. I went to a Catholic law school, Jesuit. I met my wife there, and I value the education that we receive. Bending into the details, I'm again concerned about squaring a 42-foot structure in a scenic corridor with a general plan that admonishes against building monuments, and that the architecture and structures should be subservient to nature. I'm not sure how I really square that. The issues, I guess, that I have are also as a process. And that isn't entirely a Priory issue, but this has been a rush process. We had a meeting with the ASCC basically a week before Christmas, maybe a week and a half. 3 people. The person chairing the ACC said, well, I didn't actually know what a CUP was. We just received apparently the minutes, which are still draft. Yesterday? Last night, apparently. We didn't have the advice of the Bicycle Pedestrian Traffic Safety Committee. We didn't have the advice of the Conservation Committee. And I'm sorry, with respect to the design that we have presently before us. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking I'm being asked to make decisions that are not really within my expertise, and we have bodies that are set up that do have that expertise. And I'm a little unclear why we didn't avail ourselves of that. And that's an issue. I appreciate the modifications that have been made. I'm still concerned about issues of noise and parity with Neely. And one of the issues that we have, going by Camus's chart, identifying, nicely summarizing the quarterly reports. Applicants shall provide quarterly reports to staff for the first 2 years of the tasting room operation to include direct link metrics outlined in the CUP, visitor data, noise monitoring, etc. And that's simply not consistent, it's not parallel to the noise provisions within the CUP. I agree, Ronnie, that there are issues of noise that are pre-existing. We received noise complaints that have been made by members of Portola Green. And it looks like they're probably, 8, 10 on an annual basis under existing conditions. And if going by the numbers, they're going up, not going down. Some of them address issues of trees and tree chipping and things like that. And that's an understandable and necessary part about living in Portola Valley. Others aren't. And I think that there is value in having some parity. The idea that we would rely upon verified statements by the sheriff's department is, for anybody who's been involved with noise complaints or odor complaints. And I've just got to stop here, and I think we've got some hardware in the room, which is most impressive. If you will please proudly display. Thank you. I appreciate the indulgence there. But having to rely on the sheriff to verify a complaint is to say that there will never be a verified complaint. Calling the sheriff, trying to capture a moment or 15 minutes of noise disruption or more. The sheriff has other things that the sheriff is doing. And this is an issue of technology that can just be addressed through issues of monitoring. And that's one of the issues that would be important to me. On the issue of CEQA, categorical exemption 14 provides that if a categorical exemption 14, class 14, provides that it's appropriate for a grade school through 4th grade, can have a categorical exemption for 10 classrooms or 25% increase in student enrollment. So that CADEX was introduced in 1973, I believe, could be 4, at a time when there was closing of classrooms and realignment of schools, and also at the time when many people didn't like certain students coming to their classroom. And if you look at the case law surrounding it, there is no case law addressing class 14 exemptions within the context of a gym or any other kind of similar issue. They all pertain to issues of realignment of schools, of schools that are have a certain number of classrooms that are being added, transfers of students from one district line to another. There's not a lot of case law, but that which there is doesn't address the situation. And if you look at the context in which the class 14 exemption was put in place, it makes sense that they're addressing number of classrooms and number of students who are coming in into the school. And that's the context in which the class 14 exemption has been applied to the priory. Classrooms, the STEAM rooms, the change in the way in which, or realignment in the way in which we have been thinking about the number of students and how that is addressed. And if we think about what would it mean to allow a class 14 to simply be measured by the metrics of classroom and student bodies, you could build, you're not going to do it, but you could build an entire new subdivision in the back 40. And that would, under the reasoning that's being put forward, fall under a class 14 exemption. In fact, you could build whatever you would like to build consistent with CEQA, so long as you aren't increasing the student body by more than 25% or adding more than 10 classrooms, and fall under a class 14 exemption. There would be other issues, for example, with respect to the CUP and how it would be evaluated. But with respect to CEQA, if we were to follow this, this class 14 exemption would swallow all of CEQA for schools, unless we see that there are an unusual circumstance, in which case it would drop out. So I'm very uncomfortable with the use of a class 14 exemption. I think that there probably are unusual circumstances in this case as well. I do think that there is an addendum which staff has drafted and signed off on, which makes, however I might feel about a CADX or a consistency finding, irrelevant. And one might have different feelings about that, but it's certainly within staff's prerogative to do what staff has done. I do have specific thoughts about the issue of screening and also about noise. Oh,
Go with the CADX, since they did perform an addendum, what would you do? A different finding?
no, I wouldn't do anything. Staff has already made its finding. I would simply,
We'd have to adapt.
I don't have to do anything with that. And I can notice that staff has made this finding, and I can observe it, say, oh, look at that, look what staff did. And that's something that I can do, we can do. But it's not but we don't need, it's inappropriate for a planning commission under CEQA to adopt an addendum that has legal meaning. Yeah, I don't, I mean, we can do whatever we want, it just seems, So anyway, with respect to the issue of screening, I want to know what Conservation Committee has to say about the specific screening. There's nobody here that I know of who has a level of expertise that is philosophy and economics done, and some depth in environmental law. Commissioner Brothers, Vice Chair, you're no better than I am.
He's
So I think that there's that issue. And with respect to issues of noise, I really do want to bring the CUP in line with Neely. And either we could do that here and now, which might take a little while, or else we could have staff do that with a couple of people from the Planning Commission with some direction to harmonize it. And then then presumably bring it back, but we would make a finding this evening. So those are the two items, and I think that if those were the two items that I have, if those were made, I could forego my concerns regarding the height and other aspects pertaining to the project and support it.
Are you
Go ahead.
saying you would like to see the ASCC look at this again because it was a short meeting, because they were under some misunderstandings about the role of the TUP? Or
I
are
think,
you asking that question?
no, I think that the ASCC ship may have sailed.
Okay.
And I think that, but with respect to the screening, I think that that is a more flexible kind of issue that the Conservation Committee would be able to have some view on. I'd be willing and interested to have a conversation also about traffic and recognizing and honoring the expertise of the bicycle, pedestrian and traffic safety committee as well.
I wanted to ask about the screening. The Conservation Committee did review the project and provided recommendations without they reviewed it before the additional screening on Portola Road was added. I would like to remove the additional screening on Portola Road, in which case if we did that, we go back to a project that Conservation Committee did already fully review. Would you be comfortable with that?
Can I offer something a little more complex? I believe, Ronnie, you said you didn't want to include the Bromhans house. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. And since that won't be evaluated for another 3 months, and if that was removed, the screening would be even a different issue. So perhaps that we approve something and then have the Conservation Committee, after the Bromhans decision is made, review the screening again, because I think that if that house does come down, how you screen or don't screen is going to be drastically different than for what the area we're looking at than it is if it is up. So
I don't think that the issue of demolishing the house is on the table.
well, I understand that, but I'm just saying that
Under any circumstances, it's simply that would be a priority issue that priority would need to bring to us, or actually, yeah, no, it would come to us. But it would also go through the town historian.
oh, I understand that. My only point was that whatever the Conservation Committee does not have to be done right now, because, it could be in 6 months. I was just trying to be flexible on the
So we
timeframe.
could do something of the form saying prior to issuance of a grading permit. But if we were to do that, I'm pretty sure if I were priority, I would not be excited about putting a limitation like that on me, because it adds a degree of uncertainty in the condition precedent. I wouldn't like that. I'd rather tear out my screening and do it again. But that would be a priority question. Applicant.
Go through the question again. Sometimes I have a hard time following the
Yeah.
planning commission discussion.
No, there's a proposition of having a condition precedent to issuance of a grading permit on resolving the farmhouse and screening issue.
I don't know if we can agree to the Fromhurst, but we can certainly.
Assisting as a development manager and also a town of Portola Valley resident. While the screening aspect as a condition of approval as part of the grading permit can be accepted, we don't believe that the Frommer's house can actually be included in that because of statements you've already made.
So what is the plan with what you want to do with the farmers? You're gonna investigate it further to see if it can be salvaged, or I'm not asking your time frame, but you said you're gonna do something. What is it that you plan to do?
I think the the documentation that we have found when that was to develop, when we purchased the house in 2009, it identifies that the structure, the infrastructure is not sound and is deemed that building uninhabitable. So we'd like to study that, confirm that, and then determine the financial viability. If it is, based on that study, determine the financial viability of either restoring the house or removing the house. It's our understanding that there's a process that the town has because of its designation as historic, even though the materials and the structure have all been changed and are not anywhere near what it was when it was built. Still, it has been deemed that historic. Again, even though none of the qualities of it are historic. But so we want to study it and then determine the financial viability based on that study. And then again, work with town to figure out, the options.
So it seems to me as to screening, we could go ahead with our screening, assuming that it's there. And then if you later go through, do your study, decide to do something else, we could tweak the screening at that point. Does that make sense?
It does to me.
If it's a historic structure, you all know how
Yeah.
hard it's going to be to remove it. So,
Right.
so the presumption that it will still be there in one form or another is a reasonable presumption. So it
Yes.
seems to me that that makes the most sense. As to the screening, the screening is for another purpose, and that will not be part of it. But we will revisit screening when you make a conclusion on that.
I look forward to doing that with you, Mr.
That would be
Brothers.
interesting if that shows up in our minutes, and so this other stuff hasn't. Okay,
I
that
think-
makes sense to me. I've dealt with
Yeah.
all of those issues, and I think that's a fair resolution of that.
Okay, thank you.
Take that off our table for our changes here. I think we still have the bigger screening issue, which we have various opinions here on whether we should have more or less screening.
Sure, I'll let the commission deal with that.
Yeah, God help us.
Through the chair, just want to confirm, yes, the process of dealing with the Farmworth House staff could work with the commission and ACC and conservation if more screening was necessary. Just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, I think the point is more or less, I think the point is readdress screening when it's determined what will happen with the club.
That's part of that process, yeah.
More or less, I don't know.
But I think that
Okay,
there's a
that's all.
basic issue of screening right now. And I would want I don't know, is it the ASCC or is it Conservation Committee that should have an opinion about screening?
Well, the Conservation Committee has to review any plantings within 75%, 75 feet of the road. And I believe that the proposed screening that Eric, whatever his name is, had, did I have the name right? was within
Yes.
75 feet. Ronnie makes the point, they've already looked at the project, yeah, but they looked at the project without this element of it. So I think the element of the added screening is in what we are seeing today. I read this record.
Or-
So
we've got, so the Conservation Committee would be there. Ordinarily, would the ASCC review issues of screening for a development permit?
Yes.
ASCC's back in the mix.
yes, I know.
Um,
I'm
And
gonna
so
go
that would address that issue. The other issue that I have is with respect to noise. And again, I'm looking for parity with the Neely noise ordinance. And I don't believe that,
We don't, yeah.
I don't believe it's there.
I
And
agree with you. And don't forget my maximum allowable impervious surface stuff.
Could I comment on the noise? I guess I disagree with the premise that there should be parity. I think Neely is a business, Priory is a school. I don't see any reason why they should have the same noise ordinance.
respectfully, they're both corporations. One's a nonprofit corporation and one is an LLC, with all respect to Priory.
Sure, but I mean,
And I would bet that if you look at how much money Neely is making, it could change their classification without,
This is noise. The noise
That-
levels don't differentiate. My house, your house,
there's no requirement that they have equivalent noise
no, but there's,
requirements in the cup, and I don't feel a
and
need
there's
to align them.
basic issues of parity. We know that there are noise issues, that have been noise issues with the Priory in the past. We have the neighbors who have documented it, and this is a new potentially noise-making facility. And if it doesn't make noise, it's mazel tov. And we can all live to see another day, and we can celebrate it in the same way that we haven't seen noise issues coming from the Neely Winery, nor have we seen it coming from Spring Down, where we established similar kinds of, not to the same extent, but similar kinds of noise monitoring requirements. And saying that you need to go and get a statement from the sheriff is honestly to say that there is no remedy at all. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
simply,
disagree.
I
I kind of agree with both of you, if that's possible. In some respects, I do see a business being quite different than a school, and I do want to let children be children, to some extent. And they're also during the week versus, parties on the weekend with, it's just a different model. And maybe part of this, though, is that we need to figure out standards for noise generically, kind of like we're doing with the non-undergrounding committee, because I think this is going to come up much more with multifamily. Our noise ordinance is very strict, and I just can't imagine being an apartment complex and not having violations of this all the time. So I'm kind of agreeing that I would like it way more standard, or there's a standard set that we pull from, but we don't require from everybody, maybe all these things, but.
think we
Isn't
could
that the
probably,
noise ordinance? I mean, we have it.
But I'm
Just-
sure the monitoring and other
yeah,
things.
so I think that
And
we,
enforcement.
if I can, I think.
I'm struggling with this issue.
Hey,
and I
just to
don't-
be
I-
clear, we've never had a noise complaint from our gymnasium, right? The current gymnasium, there's never been a noise complaint from that gymnasium. The log that our friends across the street developed, which I worked through and looked at every instance and worked to figure out what that was. None of those were from the gymnasium. So we are constructing a gym, but we don't anticipate there to be noise coming from that gym. In addition, we've done a pretty rigorous study about reflective noise. And you've seen those reports as well. So we do want to work on the noise. We certainly want to be good neighbors, and we want to continue to work with particularly Portola Green Circle neighbors about how we can mitigate that. I think that's again on us in terms of compliance and communication. But we don't anticipate there being noise that comes from this gym, very similar in the ways that there's not noise that comes from a gym that's certainly not as acoustically attenuated as the one that's being designed.
So I could differentiate the location and nature of your present gym from the gym but I don't see that as being productive. I think one question, I guess, given that we're having this conversation, is do you have any objection to being treated in a manner similarly to the neighbor across the way?
They said in their presentation that they were
If I
acceptable.
may, I provided a matrix that compares the Neely conditions with the Priory conditions, condition by condition. I provided that to staff and we provided that to the neighbors. The one condition that was different is the Neely condition required a quarterly noise report for the first 2 years of operation, whereas the Priory requires an annual report, including a report on noise for the entire life of the permit, not just the first 2 years. So that is the difference, in my opinion, going through word by word between the two conditions. That's the one difference of noise in the noise conditions.
From what I'm hearing you say is you don't have an objection to saying that the noise CUP provisions for Neely can and should be applied in a comparable manner to Priory.
Except for the reporting requirement.
Well, and also for the monitoring requirement, which is all the time for Neely and is only at night events for.
The Neely, their reporting is complete. Their reporting was only required for the first 2 years. Their CUP was issued in 2021 at the very same meeting that the Priory's last conditional use permit was issued. Our conditional use permit that very night was modified at the dais to include the exact condition that was imposed on Neely that night.
So, Camus, I appreciate what you're saying. Being the guy who introduced that, I was very surprised to see how it actually was written down and incorporated in their CUP. If you go back to the minutes, you won't. I mean, it's a different conversation. I guess what I'm asking of the applicant is whether having comparable provisions, which we can work out following this meeting rather than doing a line by line now, would be acceptable to you. And if you want to do a sidebar, that's fine. If you want to do a sidebar with your council.
And would
I'm
that
not-
be returned to the planning commission for approval, or
No,
how are
it
you
would
suggesting?
be handled by staff.
Okay. I mean, I'll let Patrick speak to it, but I guess I feel that if
That's-
we're, part of it is what are the noise conditions? I feel like we've addressed those in our matrix, and we have almost exactly word for word the same conditions, except for the one.
Counselor, you aren't listening to me.
Okay.
We don't have heard breath.
Mhm.
yeah, we'd certainly be amenable to, kind of reviewing neatly the provisions, and then working to determine, how they apply to us and making sure that it makes sense. And, yeah, we're certainly open to that.
That'd be great. The way that this would work is that there would be staff would take the lead in organizing this. There would be probably a couple members of the planning commission who would participate, and I would certainly imagine there would be consultation with the priory in that process. So
That'd be great.
So think about that, because that may be part of a motion that will be made that you're going to have to think about language.
Thank you.
Headmaster, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Are you looking for a motion?
Can I make one clarification regarding the landscaping or the screening? As Commissioner Krasinski pointed out, if you don't include the new landscaping, then the plan has already been approved by Conservation Committee. So it's only if you do include the new screening that there is question about that. And if you did do that, if you did add that the additional screening along the road, staff could, in the building permit process, coordinate with a subcommittee of the Conservation Committee in addressing that. So that
And the
Yeah.
ASCC.
and the ACC.
Isn't that already required by the CUP? I mean, won't that happen if we don't do anything, if we don't make any changes?
Not necessarily, we may not specifically, without the, well, it's not necessarily making changes, but staff wouldn't typically necessarily reach out to subcommittees unless you specify that we should. So it's something that would help us, would direct staff to, because staff may leave in time period, so direct staff to coordinate with,
I guess I thought that I understood that as already existing in the CUP, there was some requirement that new plantings within some number of feet, 70-something feet of the
Yes.
road, or,
that's correct.
so why wouldn't this fall under that automatically?
But you're right, it would. But it should be done through a consultation with staff, not with the full committees.
Right.
Conservation
But
Committee.
that just happens as a normal process,
It's
right?
also possible that the mitigation planting may not all be within 75. So I think having the conservation committee look at it all would make sense. As a whole, you don't want to plant trees here and then suddenly don't have any jurisdiction 3 feet over.
And we're
You
also
just need to
pulling
look
in
at it
the,
as a whole. So I think that's a good way to do it.
and we're also pulling in some members of the ASCC.
That's fine. I think that's a good idea. While you're speaking, Mr. Planning Director, what's the deal with the impervious surfaces? I couldn't get my question answered.
I'm not exactly clear on your question, but there in the various approvals that have occurred for the Prairie project, there've been different calculations for impervious surface. So there isn't one gold standard of what impervious surface is there now and what is permitted. So what we've done here is address the changes in the impervious surface. Jake, correct me if I got that wrong.
No, that is correct.
It changes, but using the same, whatever it was, mystery formula that you've used in the past?
No, using our the formula that we use now, with the judgments that we've been applying now.
Treating it as a residential driveway.
Correct. The zoning is residential for the property still with CUP on top of it.
And how do you do that? Where do I know how you do that? Where do I get the data? That's something that typically is done at the ASCC.
It's in municipal code. It's in the zoning.
Yes.
Okay.
is just different from what we've done here before. So, I mean, so it goes, which is the reason why we need to adjust it within the CUP, which is also another reason why it's complicated from a CEQA perspective, because it's a change from an existing practice, and there's a question of consistency. And if it looks like, if you're having a hard time figuring out the record, there's a reason for that.
Yeah, it's called obfuscate.
No, I don't think anyone is obfuscating. I think it's
Okay.
working. So,
So I now have it from the planning director that they're using standards here that they use everywhere else on figuring out impermeable surfaces, and that here they've only applied it to the newly created surface. Right?
That's correct.
Was what I heard before. Thank you.
all right. So, the other committee that hasn't been attended to is the Bicycle Pedestrian Traffic Safety Committee. And there have been, the chair of that committee wrote out to us saying, don't forget about us. We should be heard from the applicant that he endeavored to reach out but was not successful in that endeavor. We have another member of that committee who said, don't forget about us. My thought is, at this point in time, I would look to Priory to reach out to that committee outside of this process and consult with that committee as a matter of neighborliness rather than adding it as an additional condition of approval.
Well, I would have the Priory do that rather than staff. Staff's gonna have to reach out to the committee anyway.
Well, I guess staff could do that. I'm interested in having that conversation with her. I'm less certain that I want to create a condition of approval that might require the issue coming back to us rather than being handled by staff. So I'd rather have staff handle this independently, and to your point, with the applicant. And
Sure.
And I'm looking to staff to see if staff thinks that's something that can happen, or whether we need to do this in a more formal way.
Staff thinks you can do it by just directing us to communicate with the BPS, see if they have suggestions. but
No, I'm
not-
looking for the applicant to meet with the committee and staff.
The staff will coordinate with the applicant and the committee.
Thank you. All right, so my two amendments would be, it's now past my bedtime.
Chairman, what you think, may I make an observation?
By all means.
I think we have a general agreement that we'd like to see this project go forward. I think because it is so large and in many ways at the boundary of what we're comfortable approving, we're working hard on some of the, so large in terms of the height and things like that. We're looking really hard at some of these, what I'll call mitigation, just because I'm used to CEQA issues. And we may not have complete agreement on which way we go, but one of those issues is the extent to which we have screening along the Portola Road, which is a scenic corridor. Another one of those is, and that does involve the Conservation Committee
And ASCC.
and the ASCC. Not making a motion, I'm just trying to pull together the thoughts and not assume complete agreement on this. Second issue of the mitigation is the Bicycle Safety Committee and any patterns related to that. And then the third issue, I think, is the noise. And we've gotten agreement from the applicant that they'll comply with parity to the Neely project, which that will also have to go to staff.
And just to clarify that, as you're kind of working through that, just want to make sure that we're talking about the noise monitoring conditions, right? That's what we're talking about, right?
Yes, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
Did I not say noise?
No.
Way past my deadline.
I just wanted to make sure just the noise monitoring conditions, that's all.
And I think
Well, it's noise monitoring, frequency.
Yeah, the monitoring, right, how that goes.
and, And reporting, all that good stuff.
did I capture all of your comments? You had the,
Yeah, it is. The bicycle safety, I was going to not include as a condition. But I think that there's a general agreement. If where you're going with this is to actually have a clean couple or three resos and have that voted on kind of as a straight up exercise rather than trying to handle that right now, we could do a straw vote on that with direction to staff to prepare, again, three resos, one dealing with CEQA, the other two dealing with the CUP and the development permit. And then at our next meeting, which could be scheduled for as soon as we can,
we have one scheduled for the 19th, which is.
then assuming that it models that, then we would simply move forward based on the straw vote that we might have this evening. Otherwise, we're going to end up having to tear apart a reso that involves, that includes the CEQA provisions, if I'm counting those as right. And then work on adding two conditions of approval and then vote on those. And it's past my bedtime.
It's sort of three conditions of approval. One is the bicycle safety, one is the screening and the conservations committee, and the third one is the noise. Now, I tried to frame those as issues. I like the idea of a straw vote. I think it's clear from some of the comments that other members may feel differently. But I do think an approach like that would put it together, move it off to the side, let us go through that would be constructive. I think it's a good one.
I recognize that that's not the victory that you're
But,
looking for.
but I don't understand why we wouldn't have the vote with those three resolutions to try and work through at the appropriate time, right? You talked about treating us fairly, right, and consistently. And I think we want to continue to do that, right? And I think we are certainly amenable to, and I think the group has clarity about what the issues are. But I think having a resolution would be important, for us, and then working through the language, which has, I think, been done, previously would be good and healthy. I'm not trying to speak out of turn, Commissioner Tarr.
No, all that I'm saying, all that I'm thinking is I think we're on exactly the same page.
Oh, I thought you said a straw vote.
No, we'd have a straw vote because otherwise we,
Yeah, so I think, So we're here at a meeting where we're continued from January 15th. That was supposed to be heard, I believe, on
think there were a lot
February
of
11th
reasons for
and
that.
continued even further. So we're now 2 months later and
Counselor, we
Yes.
postponed the first time so you could have your anniversary dinner. We then moved on.
we didn't
from-
postpone, but we agreed on a
we
February
accommodated.
11th date.
And again, I don't think that that's helpful.
And then it was, then February 19th.
Do you have
Anyway,
a specific deadline you need to meet?
We
You
do, and
have a-
Patrick
you
can
have
speak
a
to
loan
that.
that's
Patrick
due?
can
Do
speak
you
to that.
have a-
A
I
loan
guess
that's
what I would
agency?
first like to speak to, it seems that the need for delaying the hearing and continuing it further is a need for 3 resolutions, and I would just request that the town attorney speak to that need.
Counselor,
in
thank
order
you
to-
very much. Can you
to-
please sit
to
down?
break-
You're not recognized.
I
So,
want to hear more about.
I would
meeting it's
propose
called,
that
I'm
we
sure.
have a straw vote on the creating 3 resos, one dealing with CEQA so that we can have clean resos for the other 2. One is dealing with the CUP with the 2 items pertaining to noise. I guess one is pertaining to noise and then a reso for the development permit, which would include the condition of approval involving screening. We can simply direct staff to convene a meeting with bicycle, pedestrian, traffic safety, and the applicant to make sure that their views are heard. And then applicant will have the opportunity to look at the resos so they know what it is that they're actually signing up for. And then have that agendized for our meeting on the 19th.
If we can't pass it tonight, I think maybe that would be acceptable. But I would like to try to pass it tonight.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I would make a motion that we approve the 2 resolutions as they are in the agenda packet as prepared by staff. And I'd welcome, discussion of friendly amendments to add to those to make it acceptable to the other planning commissioners.
I second that motion. I like the idea of adding amendments about the things we talked about, and finishing up tonight and moving on.
So I would make a friendly amendment to that by striking all reference to the categorical exemptions and to the consistency finding and including recognition that staff has issued findings under an addendum for the CUP. I would modify, I would strike condition 8 and substitute language to the effect that noise compliance requirements shall be substantially similar to those adopted under whatever the resolution is for the CUP for the Neely, to be documented what are we going to call this? Are we going to call it a schedule? Are we going to call it a
Can I make a
memorandum?
Can I make a suggestion? And I had written this up to not strike 8A, B, and C, but rather to keep those and then say, in addition to special conditions 8A, 8B, and 8C, the priority shall comply with any additional noise monitoring and reporting measures that are set forth in the Neely CUP, comma, as determined by staff in consultation with the subcommittee of the Planning Commission.
I think it's important to include comparability and parity that you're saying.
think it's pretty
I
close.
did. Shall comply with any additional noise monitoring and reporting measures that are set forth in the Neely CUP.
There you say that then.
If you do that with the addition of compliance, then we are
Shall comply with. So the priority shall
with-
comply with
with noise monitoring.
reporting and compliance.
So that would be the amendment to the CUP. And there would be a plain old fashioned condition of approval on the development permit, providing that, and you're going to need to help me because I don't have it up, the screening, however we're calling the screening provisions shall be reviewed by a committee or by, how do we do this, by two members of, yeah.
A subcommittee of the Conservation
Of
Committee.
Conservation and ASCC.
I prefer to say reviewed by staff in consultation with members of the body.
There we go.
So,
I do,
um,
yes. So that was the, do we know where that goes, Catherine?
I don't, unfortunately. I was going to ask Jake if he could help us.
I think that that second condition would go with the architectural review site development permit findings, like condition 6 was where I would insert it there, which would be attachment to exhibit A, and then we can squeeze it in as 6.
You're somewhere around page 36.
Jake, do you have a page number?
Just a moment, yes.
Thanks.
39, planning department. Is that what you're looking at, Jake?
It would be
Landscape requirements.
but I thought this was just part of the new landscape map. Right? I guess you're looking for where that's referenced.
Your motion work.
yes. So page 39. Oh, I think it's 39. Sorry, my resolution's coming in. Page 39. And I think it would be appropriate. Oh, let's do, I think after condition 6. So you're right before 7. So page 30, I'm sorry, page 40. It would go into this conditions of approval document. And it would be, the landscape plan represents what you're approving, but the condition is stating that the Conservation Committee in consultation with staff would review it for final landscaping screening along Portola Road.
Just a little backwards. Staff in consultation with the conservation and ASCC, not the opposite.
That's right.
Oh, apologies, thank you.
And we will be asking for the screening, then having it reviewed. Okay.
So for the purposes of clarity, I'd ask that the motion be restated.
Well, I,
Well,
Well-
simply
sorry, but I guess, could I, Catherine, ask for you to weigh in on Commissioner Targ's recommendation about CEQA and or maybe make your recommendation, spell it out, like how we would accommodate what he is requesting, where the changes, and if you think it's okay.
So I think there are a couple options here. I'll just say that with, if this were an EIR or a negative declaration, I think those typically do have separate resolutions. For CEQA exemptions, my practice is generally to put them in the same document as approving the CUP. One option might be to just take two separate votes and have the resolution indicate a vote on the CEQA exemption and indicate that, and I'm just going to consult with Terrence and see if you agree with me. But there is a place, each resolution has, passed and adopted by. The CUP resolution basically has two findings. Finding one is the CEQA finding of exemption. Finding two is the adoption of the amendment to this conditional use permit. You could just take those two in sequence and take two separate votes and then have the resolution reflect the for and against for those two separate votes would be my suggestion. Terrence, what do you think?
That is certainly appropriate.
Does that work for you?
It's pretty weird. I've never taken two votes on a single resolution. Have you done that?
Well, I mean, I guess the other option would be you could delegate to staff to create a carbon copy and just of the same resolution. I'm trying to avoid bringing back a resolution, which I think is what the question was, if we can avoid coming back to you. So
Well,
just taking two separate
Or
votes
to
on
have
two
them
findings.
Pulled out and made a separate document. I don't know if we do that now. I don't know why that means we couldn't. If the language is already here, I don't know why that means we couldn't do it tonight.
Well, I mean, I think that if we strike the X, we have sufficient CEQA compliance by, and an NOD would be issued because there's already an addendum, which is a done document.
Yep.
And what we're talking about is redundancy.
I'll go with that.
So that's, I mean, so my interest was in trying to do this evening. And there is sufficient CEQA coverage under the addendum. And it doesn't create any of the precedential or CEQA compliance issues.
Can we get staff's opinion on that?
It's functional. It does. And I'll let Catherine. I'm going to try to avoid speaking for the town attorney, but I believe that that our approach with the CADX is deemed to be more defensible if there's an issue. But however, the approach put forward by the chair is certainly functional to simply direct us to strike out the category exemptions and move forward with with essentially the addendum indicating the lack of any existing any enhanced or new significant impact.
And I'll just add on to that, just to clarify. The benefit of a CEQA exemption is the standard review is very favorable to the agency if there's a lawsuit. And so that's one of the reasons that categorical exemptions are used when they are applicable. And here, staff has recommended that the commission finds that the CADX applies. Obviously, there's disagreement on the commission. So I'm mindful of that. And if if the majority of the commission wants to go with the categorical exemption, that's obviously how it's written up. If the commission would prefer to strike that, I agree that that could work as well.
the standard review would be different if there was a lawsuit. That's the main difference between the two options.
And when you said to the benefit of the agency, is that the town or? is it
Yes, the town.
And without the categorical exemption, is there some increased risk to the town? I don't quite understand that.
Standard of review by a court,
Yeah,
maybe academic
it hopefully would be academic.
document called an addendum.
It hopefully would be academic that that we're talking about litigation. But it's a categorical exemption, the deference would be with the town, that we chose the right path, essentially. Without making the exemption finding, then there isn't the same level of deference to the town's decision-making on the CEQA issue. Again, hopefully this is academic, but that's just the difference between the two paths for CEQA.
But that's my recommendation, is simply to move forward with the addendum. I'm totally uncomfortable with the TEDx as proposed. I agree that it has a better standard of review. I just don't see that that's how these TEDx's are built. And, you know, God willing, it's not going to be an issue.
Okay,
I agree with you. I don't think CADX is appropriate. I'm not sure in real world, even if there were a lawsuit, that standard of review would have a different outcome. I already have. So I somewhat have to defer to the attorney, but I just don't think it's a proper use of nothing that I saw from you guys changed my mind. Nicholas, you also didn't add the bicycle committee, your amendments to run.
That's right. I was going to simply recommend that we have direct staff to,
So that wouldn't be part of our action?
it wouldn't be part of the,
the
reso. So it
Okay.
wouldn't be a condition of approval. It would simply be a separate direction to staff, which I don't think would require a reso.
It would not.
So
I understand
I'm
your
happy
intent.
to have that be a freestanding issue to avoid uncertainty about things that are more concrete than.
So we have
Not that
Rodney's
that's not
motion
important.
on the floor, seconded by Karen. And in his motion, he said, subject to some amendments that would make other people comfortable. And you proposed two, and I would agree with your two. And I will.
Actually, propose three.
You propose three. Excuse me, I'm sitting right here looking at my notes. How late is it? Yeah, and I concur with where you came to on that. And at the same time, I'll withdraw my objections about the impervious surface now that that's been mentioned. So that's where we are procedurally.
So that's a
I-
proposed friendly amendment.
I have one question, comment. Yeah, my question is, or comment, is that I do believe this, the screening is very important. I guess my concern with what I think is being proposed right now is that the Conservation Committee could come in and say, no, you can't put those 4 trees next to, because they're within 75 feet, and then the majority of the screening disappears for the track and the building, which I think is not appropriate. I guess what I would ask is that a solution be that's perhaps is more than 75 feet away from the road, then be put in place. So that there's some comparable screening to what we were just shown. And I don't care if it's next to the road or if it's closer to the tracks.
Doug, I agree with you, and I tried to make the comment that the Conservation Committee should look at everything. They're required under our rules to look at it within 75 feet of Portola Road, but I didn't want them to just be limited to that. So I wholeheartedly agree with your restatement of what I thought was said.
So the AACC would be part of that
It'd be-
review? Does that make you any, I mean, I don't know, would that make you more comfortable?
I'm not sure. They already looked at this, right? And I think the issue is still there today. It's been brought up by many community members. I understand the ideal of continuing with that corridor as you're running along the road there or driving. But I think it would be much better, and I think it's very possible to not have, the majority of the track could be out of view, and you would still be able to see that corridor. These don't have to be big, tall trees and a tunnel. This has to be something that is probably 5 feet above what the road height is of Portola Road. It doesn't have to be big, tall trees to block most of this, because most of this is 15 feet below the road level.
Can I suggest two things? One is that I am confident that I don't have the expertise of the ASCC and the Conservation Committee on this. And I would hazard that nobody else does either. I'd also like to suggest that it may be most appropriate for you to serve on that little subcommittee that will be convened to make sure that your views are clearly heard and are taken into consideration as the matter is reviewed by this group and with the applicant.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So just to be clear, a subcommittee, 2 members of the Planning Commission would also join the 2 members of the AACC and Conservation Committee and consulting with staff to address the screening issue.
Yeah.
Okay, or one or 2.
Yeah, Doug can represent.
Got it.
So with that, Lonnie, this is your motion. Believe it or not, I've added a friendly amendment to it, which could be restated, I'm sure, by council. I think to accept a friendly amendment, you would need to accept it and then.
Seconder as well.
And then.
Let's start with that.
And then,
I
yeah,
accept the friendly amendment.
I second the friendly amendment.
So we're now actually gonna have. So we're calling a question on 2 resos with amendments which will be described by council, and then we will take a vote.
Okay, let's see if I can do this. All right, so I have 3 written amendments to the resolutions. And then we also have the direction to staff to consult with Bicycle Pedestrian Committee. In terms of the written amendments, each reso is going to have the CEQA exemption language struck through. So, and it's in both of the resolutions, so this will apply to both. So there's a whereas clause that instead of reciting the exemption, we'll just say, whereas none of the conditions described in guideline, Sequel Guidelines Section 15162 requiring subsequent environmental review are present. And that's just, it's a kind of a, it's a reference to the addendum essentially. And then this would strike the entire finding one, which is the finding regarding the exemption. Okay, that's for both of the resolutions. In terms of the noise issue, there is in Exhibit A to the CUP amendment, there is a noise, well, let's see if I can find it. Page 39, okay.
I wrote down paragraph.
Oh,
A.
I had a different, nope, I had a different one. There's one on just on noise monitoring. 25, okay, yeah. Yeah.
Is Exhibit A
Yes, exactly.
to- is Exhibit A
So under noise monitoring, there'd be a new section 8D that will read, in addition to special conditions 8A, 8B, and 8C, the Priory shall comply with any additional noise monitoring, reporting, and compliance measures that are set forth in the Neely CUP as determined by staff in consultation with a subcommittee of the Planning Commission. That sound right? Okay. And then
We'll make sure that
you're looped in.
back together.
Yes.
And then finally, there is a new condition regarding additional screening that I don't have a page number for where it will go. 40 page, that's right, thank you, page 40, which will read, the Priory shall install additional screening which shall be reviewed by staff in consultation, maybe it's a plan for which shall be reviewed by staff in consultation with a subcommittee of the ASCC and Conservation Committee and Commissioner Morris. That sound okay?
If I may ask a clarifying question. You made the noise statement in one of the documents, but not the other. And I'm trying to thumb through and see if it's impressive. Maybe
I think it's just in the CUP.
just in the CUP,
Yeah.
not in the other permit.
Yep.
Okay.
So staff is going to be making the call as to the consistency or what the additional language would be. And I want to be clear about this. This is going to be that is a staff decision. And I would anticipate that the Priory would be part of that conversation, but the Priory is not a decision maker in that context, but would be a participant, and staff is calling it
Were you speaking about the noise or the screening or?
the noise. I mean, honestly, it applies to all of them. But I think that the noise is a particularly matter of some attention.
Can I bring up a minuscule point that's been bothering me for the last few days? There is a typo on page 26 in the landscaping. There's a replacement underscore landscaping. They just get rid of the underscore.
Yes. Thank you.
That, Russell, thank you. That was not straightforward. I appreciate it. We should take a roll call.
Yeah,
Vote
you need a voice vote, yes.
on.
I mean,
on-
you need a roll call vote.
Yep, and we're doing both of these, both of the residents at the same time.
Yes.
That works for me. All right.
All right. On the motion, Chair Tard,
Aye.
sorry, Commissioner Brothers, sorry, Vice Chair Brothers.
On the motion as amended. as discussed,
Correct.
I vote yes.
Commissioner Batra,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Krasinski,
Yes.
you have a 5-0 vote.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to working with you, and congratulations on 2 victories in one night.
Yeah, really. It's late. Can we do this? Please leave quietly. We're still working.
I'm going to reach out to
We're still
I'm
in
going to reach out to
session,
the chair
folks.
and set up a meeting with a subcommittee at the chairs. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, I'm done. No minutes for me to.
Um, Well, these are the ones that we've been trying to bring back. Are you sure you? Okay,
All I have to do at minute is vote yes.
you have modifications? Yeah. I read them the first one.
I know you did. Better than I did, but I read them and, from what I can remember, they look about right. Those were complicated meetings.
So where are we going from here? Sure.
All right, guys. Hey, we're back in session.
Still in session.
All right, it's late. I want to ask if there are staff reports that need to be heard now.
No, nothing that can't wait till the 19th.
Right. 19th is a big deal meeting. There's probably some conversation about it, but we'll deal with that then. Are there any commissioners who have reports that they feel compelled to make at this
Not
moment?
at this hour.
All right, hearing none. I'm going to suggest that we address the minutes at our forthcoming meeting. I appreciate that the planning commission has been nagging staff to move forward with the minutes, and you have, and we're not addressing them at this meeting. So I want to recognize that. And with that, I want to adjourn the meeting.